Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Drew. EBT is gonna be here shortly, I hope. I don't know. He said he was here ready to go and then he vanished. Maybe he's getting ready for the 420 stream. And I hope you guys are too. Happy blazing. What's up, Rich? Yeah, I can't play the beats on on YouTube. I was hyping myself up though beforehand. So hopefully EBT doesn't have me here treading water for too long. I know there was a couple topics he wanted to go over tonight. What's up, Dark Glasses Woody? Shout out to my lovely wife Layla in the chat. She's got the wrench and she's ready to ban your ass. Yeah, I'm treading water here, dude. So basically the premise of the podcast I do with EBT, go follow him at Enslaved by Truth on Instagram and YouTube. When we started the podcast, I don't know, what has it been, 4 years? Maybe going on 5 years, maybe now? Is the premise of the podcast was that conspiracies are going mainstream, and the conspiracy is the conspiracy, basically. So if you're new to the channel or new to this podcast we do together, that was the premise when we started 4 or 5 years ago, and I think we were really ahead of the game with the understanding of meaning the conspiracy is the conspiracy, meaning like all these rabbit holes and everything are manufactured. It seems that way anyway, to be a distraction, and you know the conspiracy itself is the conspiracy because it's kind of never ending. It seems like they're all made by like Tavistock or something like that. I guess you'll never know who makes them. But
yo,
speak of the devil. What's up,
happening?
man? What's up?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Do we got any background noise going on?
A little, but I think it's on my end. I got this fan going.
Good deal, good deal. What's going on?
Not much, man. Just treading some water. That's all.
That's all.
McCallian's in the chat. He says this place is a Matrix reincarnation soul trap. Sounds like you've been over at Forever Conscious channel.
Yeah, for real, bro.
You're saying?
You see here, all you gotta do is not go into the light, you see? It's that easy, you see?
You know, my pre-birth memory, you see?
I can't believe he...
What's that?
I can't believe he interviewed those two lesbians. I clipped a couple things out of it, but I didn't watch the whole thing. But I remember you posted them a while ago.
Yeah, I posted them a long time ago as like a meme, and then he had them on the show. Shout out to FC, not the Unabomber, Forever Conscience.
I don't remember what it was. It's like they had seen some kind of incarnation of some celebrity or something.
When I watched them, so we're talking about Forever Conscience, shout out to him, but I watched these lesbians he had on his show, and they were talking about, like, I think they're, like, possibly married to men or something, but somehow they are twin flames or something like that. And the one lady said, like, she went into, like, David Bowie's eye, and I don't even remember the story.
it was David Bowie. Yeah, it was wild. It was stupid. It was wildly stupid. Okay, but yeah, I mean, if that's the kind of stuff that's gonna get you out of the Matrix soul recycling trap thing, then I guess more power to you, right?
He's got more subs than me now. He's doing something right.
Oh, he pulls the viewers.
Yeah, he does, man.
Shout out to Forever Consciousness. I don't
That's
know if he listens to us anymore.
oh, he's too big for us now.
Yeah,
He's a big YouTube juggernaut. But
that's how
did
it
you hear
goes.
me when I started the show? I said that was kind of our intention or whatever with the whole podcast, was that conspiracies were going mainstream and you're going to see more and more of these crazy rabbit holes pop up, basically.
Yeah, I mean that's basically that's what we had. That's what we talked about from the get go. That's kind of like why I started on Instagram in the first place, is because I'd been into conspiracies for a long time. I was making fucking chemtrail videos in like 2008 and putting on YouTube. And then like what triggered me was Elon Musk and QAnon. What 7 years ago now, I think at this point, maybe 6 years ago.
Yeah. 2016,
And,
2017, something like that.
yeah. And then with Trump, QAnon, Trump, and then Elon Musk was one of the ones that just triggered me. I think it's funny how you see everybody's going through, Elon Musk is in the cycle again now, and everybody. Although, I shout out to QOC, his video on Elon was somewhat entertaining. I had a couple laughs. I thought it was not bad.
Did he have a
I thought
new
it was.
one? Did he had a new one?
I think it was today or yesterday or
I
something.
missed that, man. I'm behind.
He did a video about Elon, but it was pretty good. It was pretty straight up, but because Elon's such an obvious
Oh yeah.
fake, and then they're
It's like
building him up to be this messiah. And I think like the first video I ever made on Instagram was Elon Musk is not going to save you kind of thing. And yeah, we definitely see how that's still going on. But all these narratives for the past fucking 7 years have been dragging out so long.
yeah, it's
But
been
I
going
mean,
on a long time.
I,
Even one of the first streams I think we ever did, I remember we talked about Tartaria like it had just come out.
we did talk about it early on.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I remember because the way that I found it, I guess, in the term mud flood or whatever, was because Globebusters, the guys that made the Netflix documentary, Jaron and the other guys there, they shouted out, what's his name? He's boring as fuck. Can't remember his name right now. Actual, God damn it. What's his name? Anyways, the guy that made videos, and then he was like one of the guys early on with like inflatable space shuttle, the inflatable space shuttle
what
memes
was that
early
guy's
on.
name?
It's
and-
actual.
Yeah, underrated physicist or whatever.
Yes, yeah. UAP.
Yeah,
UAP.
yeah. UAP.
UAP. Okay, so UAP was one of the first guys that got shouted out by Globebusters. He was one of the early guys that was taking on the idea. And then definitely it was the other guy from fucking Australia or New Zealand or whatever.
Max Egan.
Yes.
And
Yeah, he adopted early on and kind of popularized it. But the thing, and I remember in that episode that we talked about this, is that it was called Mud Flood because it was a parody off of mud fossils, right? Because mud fossils had been a pretty trending subject for a while there within, like, say flat earth was kind of the overall genre, but there was all these trickle down things that were coming out of it, right? But mud fossils was one of them, right? That, like, the idea of mud fossils is that like some structures like mountain ranges and valleys and lakes and coastlines and all this kind of stuff were like ancient giants, fossilized giants from a past timeline, right? When we were in 2D or 1D or whatever we were in, right? So mud fossils, right? But the name mud fossils doesn't mean anything, right? Because it's not talking about fossils made of mud. It was just like a term whoever came up with, obviously some think tank, but the term mud fossils wasn't a direct representation of the actual subject, but it was somewhat kind of related. But that was the same thing with when mud flood started, is that nobody was talking about there being a global flood of actual mud, and that was the basis of the theory.
And now it's evolved into the entire world was covered in 3 feet of mud at the same time or something like that.
Right. So what? We have this super advanced class of people, let's call them Tartarians, right? That have conquered the globe and built these giant cities, spectacular cities, with multiple story buildings. And the way that the cabal, the Illuminati, the the controllers are going to reset the world is by flooding the world with a few feet of mud. Go to the next fucking floor. Okay, so if it's some kind of Tesla earthquake device or whatever, right? Or if you liquefy the soil or whatever is one of the theories, right? Well, then the buildings aren't going to sink at a level. All the buildings would be crooked. I mean, why would they just sink so like half of the basement's flooded? And they dig out half the basement and build a window?
A lot of it doesn't make any sense. Like when you really, really, really think it out, and I can't remember, I did a quick stream last night. I think I touched on it, but how they were all doing the asylum narrative, man, within the last... I'm going to pull it up again in case someone didn't see it. And within the last... this was like Sunday, I guess. So within 24 hours of each of the 4 main mud flood, quote, Tardtarian channels all posted on asylum reset prisons. And the one thing I noticed with that, besides there's like, it's got to be coordinated behind the scenes for those big channels to drop the exact same topic independently, in my opinion. But the thing I noticed when you look at the comments, even right here on this middle one, it says, if it was truly asylum for people that were mentally disturbed, maybe it was for all the people who resisted the reset. That's the number one thing that I read in the comments. It's like, oh, there was this reset and people didn't go along, so they just threw them in asylum. So if all of history is fake, why is the history of asylums real? That's what I don't get, number one. And number two, if there's this advanced civilization, like, why is it? It's basically, it's like persecution porn. They think the good people are always going to be thrown in jail. What if it was like an advanced civilization and there was like outliers from the previous time, like right now, like the maskers? And why didn't they just throw like the liberals of their time, like, in these asylums? I've never read that comment ever. I've always read it was the people that resisted this reset. And I agree, dude. 3 feet of mud everywhere. It's not just going to wipe out everyone where they say, oh, every city is empty now. And think about it.
In general, it's a pretty ridiculous. When you just boil it down to its core principles, it's like completely absurd. And that's why a lot of I say that the majority of the people that got popular on the subject literally are doing parodies.
Yeah, you think like John Levi is a parody? You think it's a comedy channel?
I think John Levi is a parody. Yeah.
It would make sense.
He caught a niche, and it's part of an obvious, you're just saying, there's entertainment networks that are operating within this. Because, when I commented about that all those channels were posting, all the mud flood channels were doing asylums for the last couple of weeks. And then, like I said, it was also strange, like, all the Christian and atheist apologist channels were covering the Kalam cosmological argument within the same 2-week period. Now, I mean, that could be, in a sense, organic to some degree, right? Because obviously these channels all kind of interconnect to some point. I mean, the algorithm feeds you those certain channels or whatever, but at the same time, it's pretty obvious, and I think it was super obvious with the mud flood that all of them were covering the same subjects in the same time period. So it has to be that they're being passed these, you know, these storylines are and this is all being promulgated somehow. I mean, and this is something that we'll see later on in the Hexen tarot deck. I mean, this is kind of what that lays out, is like how the internet from the get-go is created as a societal change device, that this was their new tool that they were going to use to implement all these ideas from all these think tanks.
Yeah, and I think it was you that said that before, that like in the near future, I think you'll see this Tardtaria mudflood stuff basically on the History Channel.
Well, that's what, because like I don't see what most people in the community of what we call truthers or whatever, most of them outright reject ancient aliens like as complete disinformation, right? Even like that, who's a black dude that drives the Rolls Royce that has a company that funds NASA, but he's big on Instagram. Billy Carson.
Yeah.
Billy Carson.
He's on Gaia and everything.
Yeah. And you know how like all the intent over blood people like just rage out against fucking Billy Carson, and
yeah,
there's all these hit pieces against him and his criminal record and all this shit or whatever, blah blah blah. But I don't see the difference between ancient alien content and Tardtaria content. it's essentially identical when you boil it down. It's just ridiculous assumptions, ridiculous presuppositions, and just outright speculation, but sold with a serious tone, and then people just goy-jack over it nonstop.
I agree, man. We got the Hoove Man in the chat. What's up, Hoove Man? The Hoover is back.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't seen him either.
Yeah, he got lost in World of Warcraft.
Probably popped out a couple more kids in the meantime.
Is that on the metaverse now? Can you play World of Warcraft on the metaverse?
That probably was like the original metaverse.
I guess so, yeah, probably. I'm showing my boomer, I guess.
I agree with you though with the mud flood and whatever your Tardtaria is. It'll just continue to go more and more mainstream, and you'll see it more and more on History Channel or Gaia type channels. And to me, it's no different than the Mandela effect, which they want you to believe in the Mandela effect because there's a damn Hollywood movie about it. So don't think you're some like outside the box truther talking about the Mandela effect.
Right. I mean, if you look at it from like a grand unified conspiracy theory, like obviously all these things are just to make you question what is reality at some extent, right? Like nothing can be trusted at this point. But you can randomly pick and choose whatever Wikipedia facts that you want to, like that these asylums were built for these dissenting people or all these people. But and so like I like the subject, like I'm super into the subject because I've been into the subject before it was called what it's called, right? Questioning these things, like, and one of the big problems I have is like the idea of impossible architecture, and then free energy, fucking pointy devices, and that kind of stuff is stupid. But we'll hash that out a little more later. But I think that yes, there was the conventional fiction, the official fiction, right, and the historical timeline can't be possible, not because it was impossible to build the buildings, but like the way that we're sold Western expansion doesn't make sense. Like there wasn't, even if you look at like population timelines, specifically like Chicago's population timeline, like we know that like all the western part of the United States was controlled by, at one point, what was the French, right, at some point in time, and that it was basically trapping, and they weren't interfering with whoever the native population was, whether it was like Dan Calloway says that all the, co-chiefs was a brother or whatever. But we can um so obviously that storyline is fake, because I mean there couldn't have been enough people in population in those areas of that demographic to be able to build these things. But even like take for instance, World's Fair always comes up in these things.
Right.
And the Chicago one's a big one, right? Well, I go down to that area quite often. We have a customer down there right on the south side of Chicago, next to the Museum of Science and Industry, which was one of the permanent buildings of the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago, right? The Columbian Exposition. And right, it's been under construction. They're redoing it, remodeling it for the last couple of years. So I mean, you can see all the all the construction techniques, all that kind of stuff hasn't changed. It doesn't matter that if they have a diesel engine on the job site or whatever, they're still using scaffolding. They're still using block and tackle. Like, a lot of the general stuff is still the same. The constructions of these buildings, and it's obvious that the building is not, 1,000 years old. Because if you go to an old cemetery and you look at a headstone that's 100 years old, and look at the amount of decay on that headstone, and then try to claim that these buildings are, 3, 4, 500, 600 years old, is ridiculous. All these masonry buildings have to constantly be kept up. I mean, they just don't. So that's one of the false premises of the whole idea, is that, well, these are stone buildings, they just last forever. Well, and that's just obviously not the case. Like, these buildings constantly have to be maintained. But what I'm getting at with, like, at the Chicago's World Fair, I don't think that the extent of what we're shown of that is true. I don't think all that was ever built. I think most of that is just illustrations or miniatures that they were used as propaganda material or marketing material for the fair. And I don't think a lot of that stuff was ever actually there. Because when you drive around through that south side area where the World's Fair was supposed to be, it's just a swamp. I mean, it's still just a swamp. There are some pretty impressive monolithic blocks on the shore there near, like, Jackson Park, where the beach is that meets Lake Michigan or whatever. There's some very large blocks there that line the road there on Lakeshore Drive. And then right on the other side of Lakeshore Drive is basically just a marsh, and then you have the and this is where they're building Obama's new library. His presidential library is being built right there where the old World's Fair would have been. But just going down there, I just don't think there's any way that the extent of what they sell that to be now was ever there in the first place. Because the World's Fair are perplexing. Like, I will argue against some of these stupid mud flood and Tartaria ideas, but the World's Fairs are strange. Like, none of that adds up, no matter what way you slice it. And that doesn't mean you need to, like, go to some insane theory about, pointy things make free energy, and there's this entire race from Asia that, why you don't need to take it that far. I mean, there's, like, a legitimate question within the theory, and it's like a lot of this stuff just is almost diverting from what originally the idea, what the questions were in the theory to begin with. And now we're so far away from it now. And the way that people just jack over this shit, right? Like, literally, like, a guy can come on and just click through pictures and just make up shit, and everybody in the comments it's just sickening.
The comments are nuts, dude. Yeah, I watched the one John Levi a couple weeks ago. He's like, they call it a World's Fair, but there's no Ferris wheel here.
Right.
It's like, wow, dude. I don't know. That's the thing. Maybe he is just a satire, and the joke's on you.
I mean, I kind of feel like he is because, like, when I've seen his live interviews and stuff that he does, it definitely feels like the John Levi is a character. I mean, it's not even his name, but I don't know. I mean, how the fuck do you talk like that? For instance, I don't. And the cuts that he does and like the random tangents, like there's so much comedy in what he does. I just don't see how it's serious, but people take it dead serious. The same thing with that Crater Earth, with the actual Crater Earth
Yeah,
guy.
the real Crater Earth guy.
The real Crater.
Golda Smart or whatever it is.
That's obviously comedy. Yeah, I just don't.
I
think
never
that
watched enough of it to know what it even is. All I know is, doesn't it have something to do with like the Mickey Mouse or like the Disney map?
Yeah, the Disney map is like the map of the moon and
the
the
realm
crater.
or
That
something.
the realm. Yeah. Speaking of which, what's going? Just going on a tangent. What's going on down there in Florida with DeSantis and Disney? I heard briefly about some of that stuff today.
I haven't really
Oh, you don't know?
kept up. I don't know.
I guess they're like doing all kinds of moves. The government's doing all kinds of moves against Disney. I guess like Disney was
He's trying
like some.
he's trying to suppress the knowledge of Crater Earth. That's what it is. They got to sink the whole Disney park into mud so that no one finds out the shape of the realm and the map, so we can get out of here.
It's just kind of interesting, and definitely in the timeline because that, for one, Disney was a swamp, right? So I mean, maybe we're draining the swamps, right? We're this close to Nicera Jacera. I don't know if any of you guys know this, but
I want
don't
to
pay your rent, don't pay your mortgage,
don't pay your child support.
don't pay your chat. Nicera Jacera is right around the corner, guys.
Hey, real
But
quick, let me shout out to the chat. Teddy Bear in the chat says, "How do you explain the cathedrals and starforts and giant train stations built before 1906?" I don't have to. I don't have to explain that. I can say that their theory that 3 feet of mud reset the entire Earth is bullshit without explaining that. That's a fallacy that I have to explain that.
I mean, we had precision equipment in the 1700s producing parts batched equipment for militaries. So we had precision equipment, right? We had entire machinery houses, right? We don't necessarily need to have a prime mover that's electric or a prime mover that's diesel. There's other ways to have a prime mover, whether it's a water wheel, windmill,
Giants.
animal power, because they were making precision gear, pinion and gear sets, right? And this, like when Ralph was on, right? Look how he would power stuff. He'd have a ring and pinion gear set up, and you had oxen or cows that walk in a circle that move the ring and pinion, that moves the larger shaft, that moves a larger pulley, and you can run stuff on a belt off of that pulley, and you can spin stuff. That's all That's all machines do now is spin stuff. Okay, so how can you spin stuff? It doesn't matter if it's a diesel engine or a steam engine or whatever. People were spinning stuff and using spinning stuff to make machines. That's how machines work now. There's no giant leap in technology. You have shit that spins, and then use the shit that spins to do stuff. There's no change, but we did have steam engines and railroads. All the stuff lines up, right? Look, a locomotive of that time period in the 1800s is the most insanely complicated machine that you could imagine, even now today. Like you just watch like some Jay Leno, a lot of whatever, obviously NBC guy, whatever. But his shop show that he does, his garage, Jay Leno's garage, he collects steam engines and all this old shit. The amount of technical expertise that you need to just run a fucking steam engine is insane, right? But people were doing this. These things exist. They still exist, right? Like I saw that shit that one Levy shouted out the other day the guy talking about the fire equipment, how the fire trucks were actually just spraying fire.
Yeah, accelerant. There's there's
The
like a picture
fuck?
of fire trucks, and they're like, well, yeah, I wonder if they're spraying the accelerant on the building.
Right. So okay, so like look at a picture that you have no context for and just make some shit up. Well, this shit literally still exists. There's still the fucking steam engine fire trucks, right? Like, and shit really did catch on fire. And then to claim that like a fire's not going to collapse a steel and brick building. Okay, go to Detroit where literally like 20 buildings are burning a fucking day that they just let burn that are brick buildings from that time period. Yeah, if you let them burn, they collapse.
I think the whole thing is a byproduct of people have no skills, including myself. I'm not saying I'm some skilled mason or anything. And then they find it hard to believe that people can have that much like expertise or in one area and be that good at something. And I think a lot of it at least is cope for devolution.
Oh, we're definitely in devolution. But, even what's strange about it is it gets convoluted with, and you even see some people talk about it, like they think that buildings here are like monolithic, like that they're somehow compared to other ancient sites. And although they look like that, I mean, these are literally they're little pieces that are being put together. You don't have to have any, and they did have cranes. We've had cranes forever, right? Because a crane is just something that multiplies leverage, through compound pulleys and stuff like this, right? And you just have to have something that spins a shaft at the end of it, right? So there's all kinds of things that you can use to spin a shaft. You don't have to have electricity. You don't have to have a steam engine. You don't have to have a diesel engine. You just have to have something that spins something. So you can make a giant hamster wheel with the person inside of it that spins something. Yeah, and these are basic geometric principles, right? We can use these kind of forces to create these things. So the idea that these things are impossible, well, they're not impossible. And the idea that we couldn't build them today, well, we build things that are way more fucking elaborate and complex. So what that argument's retarded.
And another comment here, David Pryor says they made the buildings quickly and destroyed them soon after. Makes no sense. Yeah, but then you're assuming that they did, like EBT was talking about earlier. You're assuming it was actually built out and real.
No,
How do you know that?
Okay, so like I would 100% say that that official narrative doesn't necessarily make sense, right? But there is quite a bit of evidence, like Wooden Nichols is one of the guys that kind of like backed off on. He was one of the early on big guys in the theory, and then he kind of backed off when he started to find some more evidence. Like you can see where a lot of these buildings could have been just temporary buildings put up and then destroyed, right? It's not beyond reason. And one of the things that really threw me for a loop is in when I went to Wisconsin Dells, like last year or the year before, we went to one of the parks there called Mount Olympus, and it was like almost the entire theme park was basically like just a mud flood parody because it was literally like a World's Fair kind of all the old Greco-Roman, architecture and all this kind of stuff, but all of it was just foam and plaster and paint. But from a distance, if you took a picture of it, yeah, it looks like ancient ruins, but in reality, it's not. It's not. It just looks like it, and it was easy to put up and could easily be destroyed. It's so funny because even in the parking lot is the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum, and it's a White House flipped upside down and unlevel in the ground. Like literally, what you would think if it was a devastating mud flood, this is what it would look like. So that place really just blew me away. But and that was made it click. Like, well, yeah, they could have obviously built these temporary buildings for a fair, but there's things about it that I agree with in the theory is how are this many people getting there? how was the advertisement done for all of it? And just in general, I just like going through, that area in Chicago personally. It's like and even in like when I went to St. Louis too, to that site where they had the World's Fair there in St. Louis, where they still had that big art museum there. Um, and it's hard to fathom how, when you look at the pictures, how that stuff like legitimately existed. And if it didn't, and they just put out publications, and there was enough rail lines, and people did have enough disposable income at that time to come and do something like that, uh, which is not completely unfathomable, right? Look how many people go to Disney World. And it's the same kind of concept, right? Disney World has a giant fake castle, right? Like, it's not a real castle. You take pictures of it, and it looks like a real castle, but it's not. So I don't know how much of that stuff really actually even existed. And
Right.
so, like, say they made fake media advertisements for it. How would we know that there's no review section for us to go and read where people were like, "Oh, I fucking came all the way out here. I spent my life savings to come to Chicago, and they got like one fucking building, right?" Like, like,
Yeah.
because even in Chicago, like, in the iconic image of the Chicago World Fair, where it's an aerial view, and it's uh, the Victory statue looking over the waterway, and you got the buildings on it. The way that they explain it now, how that exists, because they tore down that original statue of the woman, but they rebuilt another one of it years later that's located like right in the corner of Jackson Park. Um, and it's supposedly supposed to be like a third or a half of the size or whatever. And it's still pretty huge. I've posted it up all the time when on my Instagram page. It's still a pretty large statue, but it's obviously like shit. Like, it's not like high quality. Like, it's just obviously shit. But the way that the layout is, it just, I don't see how that ever existed in that area. There would have been so many transformations of that area to make it different like that. And the way that like the Museum of Science and Industry backs up to the waterway, and when you look at the pictures of the waterway, I mean, things can change a lot, but I spent a lot of time down there just walking around, trying to get a feel for it and comparing it to the old pictures, and I just don't see it. There's big gaps there in how that worked out, and there's so many weird legends and lore and all that stuff. But that building, though, that still exists, there's two buildings, right, that from the Chicago's World Fair. There's the Museum of Science and Industry, and then there's it was like the machinery building or some shit or whatever. That building still exists too. That building's not super impressive. The Museum of Science and Industry, I mean, it's a cool building, but it's not like, when you go up and look at it, especially when you go inside, it's not like super high quality work, and it would have been easily built. Like, and it's obviously not that old, and now they're, totally remodeling it. You can see how all these masonry things, all the little free energy devices and all the stuff on the roof or whatever. They did change the roof a lot on it, though. That's one of the weird things, though.
Okay,
The roof is
hold
always
on.
the roof.
There's this dude in the chat. He's saying you're being ignorant to hand wave this research. He needs to read some of the old books with photographs. Just because we say we don't believe in like the main tenets of this, what it's become, doesn't mean there's not any questions or we believe the official narrative or anything like that. I hate that we even have to say that.
I mean, I felt like I've pretty much been qualifying all my statements. I definitely not hand waving the idea. That was the entire tangent that I was just going on.
And
So,
real quick, before we come back here, real quick, Michaelian threw a super chat and asked a question. He said, "I'm super curious what you actually think about the soul trap. I know forever conscious, but found out through trickedbythelight.com it's compelling." I don't even know what it is, to be honest. I just know of Forever Conscious. I don't really watch it. When I do
Well,
watch it, I don't understand what they're talking about. What is the soul trap?
it has no actual definition.
We'll have to get them in sometime.
Because by definition, it's supposed to be anti-dogmatic, but it has random dogmas depending. It's subjective, is all it is. So I mean, it's to nail it down is the way that I see it is quite impossible. So I mean, and you're talking about things that, yeah, they're how are you going to know? It's just all personal opinions, and it's just all entirely subjective.
When I
So
tuned in, I seen a guy saying like, yeah, like I don't know if he was saying like he was astral traveling or if he died or whatever, and he was like, yeah, there was like they told me not to look out the window, and so I did look out the window, and there was giants eating people and stuff. I was like, man, I jumped in the middle of a weird conversation.
And yeah, and then like I actually visit a lot of these places all the time. Like any chance I get, I actually go to these places. And I've done that my whole life. Like I've been to DC 3 or 4 times, and I've been to like almost every Civil War battlefield, and been to multiple locations of World's Fair locations. Indianapolis is like my major like topic that I study, like, and I constantly go and explore the buildings, and like so like I'm definitely not discrediting some of the core ideas of the thing, because a lot of it ties into what I look into. But uh, the way that a lot of these channels portray it is just
And
nonsense, and just like it's like it's anti-intellectual to some extent, and I don't know, like these tropes and these memes or it's like people just have these tropes and their memes, and they just go with it, and then it becomes dogmatic. But in a sense, they think that they're anti-dogmatic people, but then they have these dogmas that nobody can go against, right? Like you can't argue that there wasn't a flood of mud, right? That's anathema, you know. And then like, or they just make strange arguments like uh that they don't qualify at all. Like I could say I can understand if you're using the term Tartarian, right? Just as a concept, but some people like take that to some ridiculous extreme. I don't know.
and like you were saying though, it seems like there was some validity to it at the very beginning, like when we talked about it early on, and then it kind of seemed to be get the subject got hijacked or something and took a left turn into a bunch of other weird things.
Mhm. And like like I think that a lot of these cities are inherited cities. That's still something that I will claim. I don't think that the official story is correct, that the people that people were migrating west and conquering Indian lands, and that none of these cities existed. But I think that the cities are probably maybe 100 years before in the timeline, maybe, but not by much. Like I think to stretch some of these buildings to be something that couldn't be created without some kind of advanced technology. And you'll hear this. This is the most common trope, right? Well, all they had is horse and buggy. That's the most common trope. How could they build this with just horse and buggy? I mean, a horse still moves fucking rock, right? You can have a lot of horses and a lot of buggies, and it can still move a fucking rock to a job site. Yeah, they shit everywhere. That's what the mud is.
Yeah, they're like, why aren't these streets paved? Well, because there's
So,
horses on every street.
and is it like one day the fucking car came out, and then all of a sudden the car was perfect and everybody had a car? No. It took a long time for the car to be a reliable kind of the internal combustion powered car to be a viable option, that would be more reliable and easier to take care of than just having a horse and a fucking wagon. Like cars are rated in fucking horsepower.
Right.
This is
And,
what a draft horse works at a factory, and a draft horse turn shafts, to turn other shafts, to turn pulleys, to turn belts, to do work. Like the idea that there was no machinery that exists in this time period is just ignorant. It's just stupid. Like if the subject should be serious, let's look into all these other things and try to figure out really who was this, what was the population of people that lived here that were doing this. And then if we can determine that that's impossible, that's what I get at. These things are not impossible. Okay, look, I've watched two Thai guys with a shovel and a fucking
in a
stick
in a bucket.
and a bucket. They can build the goddamn Taj Mahal in the middle of the jungle in like 15 minutes on YouTube.
I've seen it.
I've seen it.
I've seen it. And then another comment is, where did it go? Somebody said like wild, right here, wild theories and speculation may have an appropriate place in a truth determined process. I agree too. And to me, it's not even the creators. To me, it's more the commenters is what's batshit to me, is they just don't even think twice about it and just start spouting it like this is the real history of the earth or whatever. They're going home and telling, their friends and family and everything, like, everything that on the videos they watched and just spouting it like it's true. That's what's disturbing to me is the students that these people are cranking out, man.
And I think it's funny when they add all the dramatic music, and so many of these like big influencers always have like British accents or Australian accent. I find that weird too, right? Like, especially the lost history of the flat Earth guy or the Eurowid or Anon or some shit like that. But he's like, why all the cathedrals sound like cathode and they'll buy the water? What could the water possibly mean? It just literally sounds like some stupid History Channel bullshit.
Speaking of students they're cranking out, what was that guy's name? Trippy Walnuts or something like that we were watching? Trippy Walnuts. You guys want a funny channel to go watch? Go watch Trippy Walnuts with a Z. These are the students.
He does Matt spinoffs.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
Pretty good production though. Good effort.
I liked his silly character.
Yeah.
And then the other thing these people wanted you to talk about was the jet fuel hoax.
The jet fuel hoax.
I know that's one of your favorites. I know you love that one.
Yeah, that's another one that's just like, I don't ever say it a lot about kind of theories, and especially like when we get into this tarot deck, I'm not going to deny that there can be these huge, massive conspiracies that run through multiple organizations, all this kind of stuff, right? But I would never make the claim that, there's too many people, there's no. But the jet fuel hoax is one of those things like you can't cover that up. You can't cover that up because there's actual regular guys that fix jet engines, right? Like these things have to be maintained and repaired and built.
They're just gonna say compartmentalization.
Yeah, but there's no compartmentalization here, though. I mean, so much of it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't even know where to start with it half the time, but.
Well, real quick, we gotta always assume there's somebody that's never even heard of it, even though I know all you guys have. But it's the basic premise is that airplanes do not run on jet fuel because it's too heavy. They couldn't get off the ground or something. Or I think basically the premise is they only use jet fuel to like take off, and then once they get in the air, they're flying off of like compressed air, and the engines are somehow like.
I posted the thesis meme in the questions for the show.
Okay.
But yeah, well, you boil it down, the basic idea is that plane tickets are expensive, and the reason the plane ticket is expensive is because the airline says that they have to use a lot of fuel, and they're lying about it because it actually runs on some magical kind of compressed air, and that's the truth. But look, go 5 miles in a Lyft or an Uber. That's $12 $12 to go 5 miles. Okay, so if you're flying across the country for $250, that's not that bad. That's not that bad.
Dude, I've even heard this theory like extrapolated to cars, and these people will say like cars run on compressed air because
is
tank
Lyft and Uber running on fucking compressed air?
They'll say
Yes,
your
it
tank is like set to like run to empty at like 250 or 300 miles, but it's really just running on. I swear I've seen that.
Yeah, they did. The one guy that was really big in the theory that enslaved by no media.
Yeah, what happened to that guy? I remember that guy.
He shut the page down the day that you guys brought it up on that live. Like a month or two ago, when Tinfoil was on. You guys mentioned it. You're trying to get me to come on, and somebody had posted his video in the chat. He deleted his channel that day.
No way.
Yeah.
He was like a pretty big channel at one time, and then I never like kept up with him after that. So I don't know if people were still watching it or not.
He was one of the big ones. But yeah, well, and this is one of the ones to me because it's like mostly it's people that have no, internal combustion engine knowledge whatsoever, right? Because the premise of the idea is hilarious because yes, internal combustion engines do run on compressed air. That's the entire principle of how the engine's working. It has to have fuel to do that, but the way it works is by compressing air, injecting a combustible material, and perpetuating that cycle. So yeah, a jet engine literally does work that way. A jet engine uses a whole lot of energy at low speeds, at low altitudes. But the higher you go and the faster you go, the less fuel you have to use because that's the way a jet engine works. Like literally they're explaining how a jet engine works and making some kind of convoluted theory out of it.
Butthole Winkler, best name in the chat. He says Matt from QOC posits that it is an egregore of communal belief that flight exists is what causes planes to fly, not fuel.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally possible, right? So, but if we go with the actual theory, right, that the turbines on the engine are ran by compressed air, well, you can do calculations, right? So to get this aircraft in the air based on that turbine, you need to move X amount of air. And if we're powering it by compressed air, then we need a prime mover, an engine that's going to move an air compressor. So we're going to need to compress a certain amount of CFM. And you can calculate the amount of fuel that you would need to use to power the diesel that would have to power that compressor to supply the compressed air. Like literally it's a nonsense. Like think of at a job site, a tow behind air compressor, right? The big trailer that they tow behind. It runs usually a 4-cylinder diesel engine inside of it, usually 140 horsepower diesel engine to compress air to run a jackhammer or something, right? But now we're going to open that valve wide open all the time to be able to spin this turbine, and somehow doing that is going to create thrust, which it will create very little per your effort that you're doing to create the combust air. Like these are just very basic principles of engines. The entire theory is just stupid. It's just dumb.
In the chat, they just told me it's not Butthole Winkler. It's actually Butthole Winker. Have I been saying it wrong the whole time, or is it a Mandela effect? I'm going with Mandela effect. But then they're saying Locksmart in the chat said it's the weight on the wings you need to talk about.
Okay, yeah. small aircraft work the same way. Scale it up, and it works the same way. I mean, like, there's nothing's being hidden here, right? And then even the airplane manufacturer is not the airline. Okay? So perhaps they are, right? So, and that's very possible. I'd say the entire airline industry doesn't make sense financially. You know. But
this dude's saying what about the tons of fuel sloshing around in the wings? Don't you think they would like engineer for that? Like, I'm not an engineer, but I would think
the fuel are in compartments, and there's valves between each of the compartments, and it can be regulated to close off valves so that it doesn't slosh. Even a gas tanker that delivers fuel to the gas station has sections within it, so the fuel doesn't slosh. Because every time the guy would pull up to a stoplight, all the fuel would rush to the front of the tank, and he wouldn't be able to stop the truck. I mean, these are not complicated engineering scenarios, okay? I mean, like, the wing is fucking huge. Okay, so if you take a bottle of water, right, and it looks like a tanker truck, if you pour it out on a plate, you can have the same volume of water dispersed against, in a larger area. And a lot of what these channels do when they propose these theories is they make, like, they'll just take one plane, for example. They'll say, like, a 747 takes, X gallons, 60,000 gallons or what, of fuel. But when you look at it, there's so many variations of a 747. You can have a 747 that is like half the size of another 747. This is a custom-built industry from the get-go, right? Like, it's not like they got an assembly line. They're pumping out 747s, right? Each one of these pieces, and this goes through even just like in the equipment field that I work in, each individual machine at a certain level is custom to the customer that's buying it. The same thing with these aircrafts. Each individual aircraft has different specs. So what they'll do is they'll take a picture of some random 747, say, well, this 747 takes this X pounds of fuel. Well, how are you going to put this in? And then they'll stack, they'll put like all the trucks, fuel trucks next to it. Or, well, there's no way this fuel could fit in there. I mean, if you look at these engines are the size of fucking trucks. I don't know if these people been on airplanes.
The chat's hilarious, dude. They're saying you're clueless or a lying pile because there's not tons of gallons in the wings. It can't hold tons. And then somebody else said if Locksmart again said if you tried filling up I can't even read it. If you tried filling up a plane with gas station pump speed, it would take 2 weeks to fill.
It's not gas station pump speed.
Yeah, it's probably these
are
bigger.
1,000 GPM plus pumps. The entire truck is a fucking pump when they pull up, right? You ever drive next to an airport? There's a giant fuel yard next to the airport. The big white fucking containers, they got fuel in them. The truck pulls up, hooks to an underground line, pressurizes the tank, and it has a high-speed volume pump. And every single time you see a plane fueling on a tarmac, he might not be getting a full load, right? Because you're going to regulate what amount of fuel you put on your aircraft, depending on the cargo load of your aircraft, and depending on where you're going. I grew up. My dad was in naval aviation. I grew up in aviation my whole life. I flew planes when I was a kid. Had a pilot license. Like, it's just ridiculous to think that somehow at some level these airplanes.
You're a big aviation shill.
Right. What's the end game here, right? So, like, certain planes have this super high advanced technology, so they can charge you $200 to go across the country and give you a free pack of peanuts, and somebody's fucking getting rich off of that. The main cost of the airline is not the cost of the payroll on an airline is twice that what the fuel cost is. And any operation that runs equipment has a huge fuel cost. whether it's talking about construction or anything, right? So these planes use fuel, okay? And even if they run on compressed air, they would still have to run on fuel, and they still have to have a bunch of engines to compress the air. Yeah, none of it makes any sense. It's stupid. Okay,
The
the
weight,
wings
the
are
weight, the
fucking
wings,
huge.
bro. The weight and the
The
wings.
wings are fucking huge. Okay, they look sleek and slender. Go and look at them. They're fucking huge, okay? You can literally walk through the fucking wings.
To me, it's like I don't have the technical expertise like you do, but to me, it's similar to I just moved to like a port city. So when I see these like boats or these like ships that come in to the docks or whatever, the ports, it's insane to me to look at this thing and think this thing can float.
Right.
And I looked it up, and it was like I looked up like what was the heaviest ship or something, and I think they said like fully loaded, it's like 600,000 tons or something. Let me pull it up. It's just like an unfathomable number, and it's like you would think there's no way that could float, especially when you see it with your eyes. Like, and the ones I'm seeing probably are nowhere near like the mega Godzilla ones, but it's like there's engineers and you know what I'm saying? These people that are way smarter than you that figure this stuff out.
I mean, it's not even way smarter because, like, regular fucking dudes fix airplanes. There's no how are you compartmentalizing that, right? I mean, it I've been in aircraft hangars. I've seen engines apart. I've been inside of wings. Like, okay, these things are not. There's not some kind of grand conspiracy about how airplanes fucking fly to charge you $250 to fly across the country.
Yeah, here it is. The world's heaviest ship, 657,000 tons. Think about that.
Yeah, it's insane.
That's like 1.5 million pounds or something like that. And this shit's floating. Like, doesn't even sound real to me.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna like make up a conspiracy and say.
Well, and it's like these people have no technical knowledge whatsoever that go on these theories.
Teddy
like
Bear.
even just
Hey, Teddy Bear said, EBT, when you went inside the wings, did it smell like fuel? He got your ass.
well, some of them have bladders, some of them don't.
Depends on the air.
Depends on the aircraft, right? But yeah, I'm not cranky. I'm just saying this theory is fucking stupid. Anybody that defends it, you're a fucking retard. You're like only defending it because you think it's like edgy or some shit, or you know everything's a fucking lie. Airplanes obviously don't run this way. I have no idea how to change the fucking spark plug in my car, but I know how fucking jet engines fucking work, and they run on compressed air. You're a dummy if you don't believe that.
I think Caladan.
Obviously, the airplanes are fucking inflated balloons. This is what everybody's fucking missing.
Hey,
this is the.
I do want to get into tonight. If you want to get into the OOE effect, I meant to like pull up some of those old clips, but I haven't got them yet. But I could probably pull it up on the fly real quick. Caladan said, "This is all from the tarot deck. We haven't even got into the tarot deck yet. That's a whole separate.
420s.
That's like a whole separate stream. So EBT, have you done your medicine for the holiday today?
I'm getting ready to about need a break, to be honest, for a second.
the jet fuel hoax got you fired up. You need to celebrate. It's a holiday. Shout out to the
I need
chat.
to make a new drink. And whatever. But I mean,
do your thing. Do your thing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh,
BRB.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, take a break. EBT is gonna calm down. He got called out as an FAA shill. He got exposed on the live stream. His cover's blown. He has to call his handlers and get new marching orders.
We can still talk about this shit. I will be right back, okay? We'll hash the whole fucking thing. We might not even get to the fucking tarot deck. I'm just gonna tell you how fucking retarded you are for thinking this jet fuel hoax, okay?
All right, he's gonna be right back. I'm gonna tread. I wish I was on D Live right now where I could just play a song real quick or something. But we did want to get into, or he did, because I don't know much about it. There's this tarot deck called Hexen 2.0, and a lot of it has to do with like I believe, because I haven't studied it that much, but it has to do a lot of it to do with like the creation of the creation of the internet and the people behind it and stuff like that. So he has like a PowerPoint presentation or something. So I'm not going to go too deep into that, but that's called the Hexen 2.0 tarot deck. If you go on eBay, it's expensive as hell if you can find it. $500 used, $500 used, $500 used. There's only 3 for sale right now, and then there's a guidebook or whatever, an art book. The basis of it all, the art book itself alone is separate from the deck. The book sells for $500. I did see a deal on eBay maybe like a month ago. It was the book and the deck together, and the dude wanted like $600 or something. So honestly, that wouldn't be too bad if that's something you were looking for. If anyone has this deck and you want to sell it to me, message me somehow. I will buy this deck off you, but I'm not paying $500. Shout out to the chat. Let me get back in here. Okay, here we go. Gino X is raging. He says, I have a problem with a dude that without knowledge shuts a perspective down unreasonably. So this dude is like what are your credentials to talk about machinery?
How is it unreasonably shut down is my question.
What are your credentials, real quick, to with?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I've been in industrial equipment, diesel engine, hydraulic, electrical technician, diagnostician for since 2005. Master certified John Deere industrial engine technician, master certified Perkins engine, Deutz engine, Kubota engine, Morbark equipment. I work on industrial equipment.
So then he says not even your credit. So nothing you can provide this guy will convince him that.
Yeah, he's convinced. He's convinced already. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
What's the good reason? What is the good reason? That you would shut it down?
Just tell me one thing that makes prove your case. Prove your case.
Well, he was the one before that was saying there's no way there's tons of fuel in the wings.
Well, there is. These airplanes are fucking huge. Like, literally, the engine's the size of a fucking big rig. Have you ever been next to one? Have you ever flown on one? Like, these fucking idiots in their fucking mom's basement looking at a fucking picture of an airplane on Minecraft or some shit. The fuck are you talking about? Go to a fucking airport and look at a fucking airplane. They're fucking huge. And
Okay.
what I was saying in these videos that do this theory, most of the time they take a picture of an aircraft that doesn't match the fuel capacity of what they're making the comparison for anyways. Right? You don't know how this plane is spec'd out internally. That plane that takes that 57,000 gallons of fuel, of that trim of that 747, that could have an entire full-length belly tank of fuel. Okay, there's no convincing evidence of this, anyways. Okay, and that the theory in general says that the theory in general explains exactly how a jet engine works, anyways. You need a shitload of fuel to get that shitload of weight off the ground and into the air, okay? And then so the engine's working by compressing air and then burning that air with the fuel and then perpetuating that cycle, right? It's a fan. We talked about this on some Tardtaria video about fans, right? So we're gonna that meta is gonna continue. But it's a fan. A jet engine's a fan, right? It's compressing air and moving air and creating thrust. The higher you go in the air, the denser the air is. Okay? And the faster you go, the more air is going in the combustion chamber. So the less fuel you need to put in there to perpetuate the cycle. Now, to some extent, there are multiple different types of jet engines, right? We got turbofans, high bypass, low bypass, turboprops. You can have a jet engine that runs on a prop. There was a plane my dad flew in the Navy, P3. It's one of the fastest turboprop airplanes that there is. It's a little plane with 4 engines from a C-130 on it, low and slow over the ocean for 12 hours at a time is what they would do. Anti-submarine aircraft. Okay, but there's multiple kinds of engines, and then even you go more exotic, you have scramjets and ramjets, right? We have jet engines, even like on the SR-71 Blackbird, we have engines that have very little moving parts whatsoever, right? And then in intercontinental missiles and this kind of stuff, we have fully engines that have no moving parts with them whatsoever. It's moving fast, combusting air, and creating thrust. Okay, these are solid principles that work no matter what. So the theory in the jet fuel hoax is that you're still using some kind of combustible material in an internal combustion engine to compress air to spit through the turbine to move the aircraft. Okay, so your theory is just more complicated than, well, the wing is fucking huge. It has fuel in it. These engines need a lot of fuel to take off. Once they get in air and they're in high elevation and they're moving fast, the engine doesn't take much fuel to run. And that's how they can go a long time. And then they even go into the jet stream, right? And that would be a whole nother thing, whether or not that's part of how they work, is because it's the jet stream that's being manufactured. That would be where I would go with it. Because that's literally why they call it the jet stream, right? These traffic patterns is where all these aircraft fly. And that's part of the reason they can make these routes and really charge you so little for the ticket to fly in the aircraft. Because the amount of maintenance, the amount they have to pay the crew, how big the airport is, everything that goes into flying one of these aircrafts. It's insane how cheap the tickets are to me. Because if you want to go 5 miles on a fucking Uber, it's $12, $13. Okay, do the math for me. Do the math for me and tell me that lifts aren't running on suppressed technology. Everyone that works for Lyft and Uber, they got some super high advanced, Uber efficiency.
The same dude's trying to get you on some gotcha. He's saying, is that your final answer? The fuel is in the wings.
It's in the wings. It's in the tail. It's in the belly of the aircraft. It's all gonna depend on the specific build of the aircraft. Like I was saying, if you know anything about the aircraft industry, they're not building. It's not a fucking Toyota Corolla fucking assembly line. They're not filling a lot with fucking Boeing 747s and hoping somebody comes to buy it, right? They know who's going to buy this aircraft, and they're building this aircraft for the customer. And each individual aircraft is its own individual aircraft. This is even the same in equipment, industrial equipment. These things are built per the customer, because it would be ridiculous to build a lot of these things in bulk and just think that we're going to wait. We're going to build this and we're going to wait for somebody to buy it. That's just how the industry works. I mean, it's
This other dude is convinced there's no fuel in the plane because there's not smog everywhere.
they pollute like a motherfucker. I don't know. I mean, if you ever, these are just silly these are just, I don't know. Seen plenty of these engines just pour out fuel. I mean, the emissions regulations for aircraft, and that's another thing that's strange in the industry that they get away with. And with undoubtedly, airlines are like a protected industry, and like, yes, financially it doesn't make sense that they can operate. You know, like they shouldn't be making much money. Same thing with like the cruise ships, right? KOC brought this up. Like, how did the cruise ships sit for 2 years when their business model was that like they had to be constantly having people on the cruise? How did they have enough money to sit for 2 years? Like, there's a lot of stuff in these industries. Like, there's obviously gray and black money that's being fed through these airlines and through these cruise lines and all this kind of stuff, right? Because it doesn't financially make sense either way, and it doesn't mean that they need to be. That's what I'm saying. The tickets are opposed to what the actual one of the premises of the theory is, that airplane tickets are too expensive. I would say that it seems to be that they're too cheap.
Yeah. Lurch Pop says the theory is they use fuel to take off, but it's radically more efficient than claimed. I think everyone would probably agree with that. Not that zero fuel is used.
I mean, I guess I mean that's exactly what I explained, right? Like, it's an aircraft that weighs a tremendous amount. It's carrying a shitload of people, their luggage. It needs fuel to take off. This is why the plane's empty when you land, right? This is why if a plane, and the plane is designed to be at a certain weight when it lands, right? So this is when you take off and something's wrong with the aircraft and you need to land, you have to be able to dump fuel, because you can't land the aircraft after it's been fueled up. Because yes, at that point, yes, the wings will snap off the aircraft because there's too much weight inside the wings.
It's just funny to see the people that believe it.
I mean, how do small airplanes work? I mean, like,
is it the same theory? Do they say it's the same? I don't even know.
Where there's no, it's because it's stupid. It's fucking retarded. There's no distinction between where's the line when all of a sudden these airplanes that appear to be pretty much exactly operating on the same principle, just one's smaller and one's bigger. Where do we draw the line between when this suppressed high technology of these aircraft transcends how everything else fucking works?
Mike Clay's throwing up the EBT trash can emoji. EBT trash can 2024.
That's right. And in general, like I'm saying, is that really it's just all a distraction from these planes are inflatable. These are just giant flying bouncy houses.
RV Truth covered your inflatable plane theory meme.
RV Truth, and then the Russian mud flood guy who claims to have invented the term mud flood, Peter Drusen or some shit like that. He was more critical. I guess I re-listened to because I posted it. I re-listened to RV Truth, and he was, basically agreed with it. It was just that the plane didn't have to be inflatable. It could have been a real plane. But it was still fake. Which was the premise of the meme in the first place.
Now you posted it on your channel, so go follow Enslaved by Truth YouTube channel. You posted RV Truth talking about your meme. And then he completely missed the hashtag that was on there.
Everybody did. That was the strangest thing because like that.
And
he's
talking about like, so go watch this video, inflatable plane society, intentional disinfo, and it covers RV Truth talking about this is the meme EBT posted on Instagram that like went viral. But you got no recognition for it. Like your Instagram didn't blow up, right?
Yeah. No. I only got like 100 likes or whatever on the original post, and then it was some guy that follows me that reposted it, who I never really noticed before, but I didn't know about that until, well, everybody started making, reposting it and making other videos of it, and the World War II inflatable tanks that popped up right afterwards or whatever.
Yeah.
But when I saw it, when Reuters debunked it officially, right, and they linked it to the guy that was the second reposter of it or whatever, but it was still my original image. And it's funny because like I misspelled aircraft in the top corner of it, and then obviously the biggest one was the hashtag Carol Bastian said 911.com. And it's just funny that none of the sites like Reuters, U.S. News, the official debunks didn't even mention it. And then the truther channels never mentioned it.
Even RV was saying, like, this is intentional disinfo just to make truthers look dumb, that for people that don't do actual research. But he's not even doing the research to read the damn hashtag on the actual meme while he's talking about it.
And it was funny because his mouse pointer was right over it, too. I mean, like, why would you not say, well, that's kind of weird. It's a strange hashtag, right? But it was funny because there was even a Reddit thread started about it. And one of the quotes was, and it's in that video, it's about like, does nobody notice the stupid hashtag on there? Obviously it's
so one person noticed that it was like satire.
It's just another one of those. Just another one of those OE effects, really, is what it is.
Now, we talked about that on a D Live, and I meant to clip it out and bring it to YouTube. Maybe I still will, but it's so much work to to edit a video.
Yeah, it sucks. It's
New Edge Design says jet fuel is actually truth or tears. Yeah, so outlining our enslavement, OOE. I wanted to see if I can find the actual clips of like the original clips of what we were talking about. It. So what we're talking about is we were saying what we call the OOE effect. Things we talk about on the stream, or just like the inflatable plane, things you're just shit posting about, go like super mainstream and viral, but it never like comes back to us. Like you were the first person to talk about.
One of the crazy ones was when Claire came on. Shout out to Claire. But my poster here was in the background. Sean Connery, Operation Snarfu, and then literally the next day after that stream, Sean Connery died.
Let's see if I can find these things. I don't know if I have the videos on this one.
And then the one I'm most proud of, obviously, is the Cash Cab guy. And I posted one last night on YouTube. I made a video about that, and they struck it down. But there's a this candidate for the Senate from Minneapolis, this black chick, Winnie Hartstrong.
Let me pull it up quick while you're talking. Winnie Hartstrong's her name?
Yeah, Winnie Hartstrong. And she did a full scale investigation into the Floyd situation, and one of her main premises in her research project that was presented to Congress on the deep fake Floyd situation. One of the main premises was that Derek Chauvin is the cash cab guy. And we had done a stream a couple weeks before the incident, and I was talking about we were talking about actor-based reality, and I was talking about the Sophia robots from Hanson Robotics, and there's the male guy from Hanson Robotics, and there's the Sophia robot, and they did like a TED Talk or whatever where they're both talking to each other or whatever, and the inventor guy is egging them on with questions or whatever, and I said that the Sophia robot is just a lady in a mask. It's not a real actual animatronic AI robot, and that the male one was the cash cab guy. And then we did a stream. Amazing. We were supposed to be covering America being a giant dragon mud fossil was the original concept of the stream, which we never even really got to the end because the Floyd incident was like happening that day. And on the stream live, as it was basically happening, we were looking at the pictures like, well, that's the cash cab guy. That's the cash cab guy kneeling on that kind, gentle black fellow. And that made it all the way to Congress. And that wasn't the only case on that, because there was a federal DEA agent in Kentucky that got fired from his job because he was adamant saying that there needed to be an official investigation because he believed that Derek Chauvin was the cash cab guy.
And there's no way anyone called that earlier because we called it live. You were the one that called it, but it was like happening and when we were live.
Well, and I clipped it in the video that YouTube took down. But yeah, I mean, you laugh because I'm saying, well, oh shit, that's a fucking cash cab, and you say, you think everybody's the cash cab guy?
That's true.
I was like, yeah, I mean, it is. I don't know. I mean, funny shit. It's funny shit.
I was trying to find. I have this like hard drive. I thought it had all the videos on it, but I don't think it does. Here, is it the Amaruka stream? Is that where?
Yeah, that's
okay. I do have that one on here. Let me see. So this was right here. It's literally.
I have it clipped on my phone. I can send it.
Oh, you do? Yeah, post it or something in the Discord. I'm trying to scrub through here and find it real quick.
Yeah, I gotta send it. It's cropped weird, but it has the audio.
I was gonna have this all ready like before we went live. I was busy.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not worried about it. There we go. Questions for the show.
Okay, let me.
But the male Sophia.
See they get in the ambulance, and then the cash cab lights come on the ambulance.
You think every guy is the cash cab guy?
Yeah, dude.
It does look just like Steven Jackson, though, and that's weird that Steven Jackson is involved with that story and talking about him.
That caught on a tripwire.
And he's in front of the bricks. He's in front of the bricks here. What I was gonna say on that other here, let me see if I can find even the. What's this guy's name again?
The other cop. What a piece of shit. Well, the guy just standing.
Yeah.
But then the EMTs too. The EMTs come up. They're like, "Oh shit, this fucking cash cab guy did it again."
Cash cab guy.
He fucking moonlights. He come moonlight in a minute.
But the males.
What's the second video?
It's text to speech from an article from the Washington Post about Winnie Hartstrong's congressional report about Derek Chauvin being the cash cab guy.
And your name is Hart.
My name is Hart. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think this is? You think that people will just watch it? Like,
Okay, and so
you think it's a troll or
the weirder thing is that the reason the video I posted last night got banned is because I had this clip from this interview that she did with this guy named David L. Gray, and he is his gig is that he is an ex-Freemason. He literally is the guy that wrote the book on Prince Hall Freemasonry. Okay? And he left the lodge and converted to be a Catholic, and he does Catholic apology online. And he interviewed Winnie, and in that interview, she goes off about George Floyd. I shouldn't even say it because I know we're going to get hit, but that GF is a deep fake and that the cop is the cash cab guy. But he got struck for that, and he had to clip that out of the video, and then he took it out from all of his other places he posts podcasts, and you can't find that video anywhere else online.
and
There's like there's a couple links to it, and there's a couple links to it, but they don't play on BitChute anymore.
but you have it.
I have it, but we'll get struck.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play it.
I'm gonna try to upload it on something else, but I don't want to
Put
get
it
struck.
on IG. They don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. They might. I don't know. But yeah. So anyway, was funny because, and then she was running against. The whole thing's crazy, and she's MAGA. She's MAGA too, though.
Yeah, I saw her. She was like a black woman with a MAGA hat on.
So you can't go on BitChute, and there's a tirade where she goes off on it, where she's sitting in her car and she goes off, and she's like a doctor, and I mean she speaks well, and she's pretty smart.
So where are people hearing this? Are they here live in the chat? Is that there's like 20 people chatting and there's like 100 people in here? So
she had to been watching. She had to have been watching the stream.
So shout out to Winnie. What is her name?
Winnie Hartstrong. Winnie Hartstrong.
She's watching right now. Brown sugar. We will vote for you.
And she was from Minneapolis too.
That's where I was. I was in Minneapolis, and then her name's Hart, and your name's Hart. So there's all these weird coincidences when we stream, and then like immediately after there's like mainstream things. And this is completely different from that other channel that says, "Oh, I never heard of this." So reality changed in the past. If you've heard of it in the past, it's only because of a Mandela effect.
So what's even crazier in that video that she does from her car when she goes on her little spiel, she says that we have the ability to use our words to speak things into reality, is one of the lines that she says.
And I know there's more of these like effects of things we've talked about that have like went mainstream. So you had the inflatable plane one, you had the Cash Cab Cabal one, the Sean Connery one.
There's usually almost every time we do one, there's usually some weird synchronicity. Those are just the big ones that I harp on. Claims to fame.
I feel like there's one more like big one. I can't think of it right now.
I got like 50 new subs off of it.
Off of what?
I don't know.
Like
it's so hard, man.
On YouTube, you mean?
No, I'm just.
Are you up to 666?
Almost, dude. I did get quite a few new subs in the last week.
We need to get ABT up to 666 subscribers so we can call him a shill. So go to YouTube, type in "Enslaved by Truth."
Or just send it.
663. We need 3 people to go over it right now, and then we can officially call him a shill. Gino X, I know you want him to be a shill. You can be the 600. You can be the proof in the pudding.
Yo, send the super chats, and I'll just buy the subs. Fake it till you make it.
Once you get to 1,000, then you can make that good YouTube money.
There you go.
You'll be living the dream.
I checked my What's that website where you look at stats for YouTubers or whatever?
Oh, Social Blade.
Social Blade.
664. Two more.
I made $1.64 supposedly.
There, you're there right now. I'm clipping it. You are a freaking shill. Proof.
Dope.
Proof.
Dope.
I knew it, man. Jesuit.
420 special, bro.
Jesuit, bro.
Out here controlling the mainstream narrative on airplanes.
These people definitely watch the show though, because that last stream I did talked about that Tardtaria clip, and then like Alex Stein was talking about it the next day. Davey said,
"Oh yeah. I think definitely somebody like Stein probably does, because
they need content."
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, there's not much degrees of separation there with him.
So shout out to Alex Stein. I know you're in the chat. We know you are actually Tucker Carlson in the Snapchat filter. 100%.
Nah.
Dude, that's Tucker in like a Snapchat lens or something for sure.
Oh yeah, I don't, and yeah, you can tell when anybody that actually watches Tucker when he breaks into his little giggles or his laughs. It's totally Alex Stein. Goobers.
No doubt about it.
Straight goobers. I mean, that's what I've been saying. Like, Tucker's got to be a robot or like a stone cold.
Well, I think Tucker is Valiant Thor, dude. He looks just like the Valiant Thor dude. He looks exactly like him. If you guys go and I'll pull him up right now. Here's Tucker and Alex Stein. So I'm telling you, Alex Stein, one of these is in a Snapchat lens. It's one guy. We're on to you, bro. And then the other guy is called Valiant Thor, and they said he was like an alien that worked with the government in the 50s or 60s or something. There's only a couple pictures of him. It looks like Tucker.
They're related. I mean, they're at least related.
The Venusian.
Come on.
Venusians. I clicked this one last time, and I did think it looked way too real or new. And somebody said this is from American Horror Story, that they talk about Valiant Thor on that show now. I've never watched it. Here's the other picture of Valiant Thor. I think there's only like two pictures. Couple pictures. Tucker. So Tucker's exposed. Maybe it's not a Snapchat lens. He's just a shapeshifter.
Well, I was thinking that when you're on that what is that? A movie or something about it? That black and white one.
American Horror Story. That's what someone from the chat said. I don't know how true that is. They said they talk about it, okay. And it's part of that show now.
Because that one reminded me of Michael Victor, the image on Michael Victor.
You can't talk about Michael Victor. The first rule of Michael Victor is you don't talk about Michael Victor.
Matt, it's Matt.
I gotta just I've thought about it, like just make the ultimate show all the connections, just one like prepared video, and then force a call out.
I don't know. I feel like he pretty much addressed it after the creator. All he's gonna say is that you're a weirdo trying to do weird things.
I'm a creep.
You're a creep.
If you don't know, there's another channel, QOC, that put most of the not most, but well, maybe most of the subscribers on here. I like how he says, like, I put this channel on the map. What about what's the other guy he's always shouting out? Uncanny Deduction. How come that channel's not as big then? Shout him out every video. But anyway, we showed how that channel was on InfoWars, Fox News in the past, which, independently, not too big of a deal. Then there was this weird Kung Fu Golf series, again, independently, not too weird, but it's starting to add up weird and weird. But then there's if you go on Google Maps, and there's a account named Michael Victor that has the images from and geotags from Antarctica and all kinds of government bases and all these crazy places, man, and millions of views on his pictures. And then he has the only picture of the address tied to QLC's kidnapping business, which is a cell phone tower. It's not a cell phone tower, right? It's a radio tower.
Well, actually, it's a Homeland Security communications.
It's like
tower.
emergency management or something tower.
It's emergency management tower, yeah, and it's all these weird experimental frequency bands and stuff that are like just for specific government agencies.
And that's the address to the kidnapping business. But anyway, and then you go to the Michael Victor guy, and it's a picture of Ben Gazzara, who is an actor. That's the avatar for the Michael Victor.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now when you tie that into all the Fox News, InfoWars, Kung Fu Golf, now it's beyond. I was willing to give him a pass all the way up until the Michael Victor. Now there's much more than meets the eye, but he won't address it.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Whatever. I'll make a prepared like video and force it.
I don't know anybody that apologizes for that. Even it was hilarious when the creator Earth. Matt's just a honest guy. He was just a honest insurance salesman. You know, just like this. This is not Jared from State Farm. We're talking about like this dude's literal experience is supposed to be his whole life. His career was on kidnap and ransom insurance. The guy is supposed to be the second.
You talk about this, and now there's like porn bots in here.
Yeah, there you go.
How do you?
We need mods. Is there any mods in there?
Any mods? Where's tinfoil?
I guess I'm a.
Where's tinfoil?
Right. Hold on. Let's see.
This is what happens when. And then somebody said like they emailed him about it, and then there was all of a sudden there was like someone was prank calling him or texting him or something like that.
Hold on, I got distracted. What?
I said somebody said they emailed him about that, and they got prank called and texted QOC.
Oh, on the Well, and that's what like I think
it's a communications agency.
Yeah, and I mean I don't think that he actually is a kidnap and ransom insurance expert.
I think that's a cover for something else.
Yeah. It's too obvious. I mean, and we found that article that he did with the other guy that's supposed to be the number one top guy in the K&R insurance industry. And it was from what? It was from like last year. Like, why is Matt doing articles about kidnap and ransom insurance? But then he has like zero in any of his videos. He has zero insight into things that he should have way more insight into. Like he should be super interesting right now with the whole thing going on in Ukraine, right? Like he should have all kinds of firsthand knowledge of how that would really be playing out in a real world wartime scenario, right? Because that's when K&R insurance would be important,
right?
But he doesn't allude to, and then he just takes some dismissive. I don't even remember what it's real to him, right? Because Rob is in Ukraine or some shit, right? But
yeah, I know somebody, so that means
right. I know somebody that knows somebody.
Somebody in my family told somebody they died of Spanish flu, so Spanish flu was real.
Yeah.
Just in 100 years, they're going to tell someone that the 19 thing was real.
Yeah, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
No, but then in 100 years, everyone will be like, wow, can you imagine that?
Right. That's why I think that's what I'm saying is like, I think a lot of this stuff is just way overhyped. None of this shit was really ever that serious. They just sell it to us like it is. Everything is blue balls. It's just constant blue balls. Nothing's gonna happen.
That's funny
man.
how those bots showed up right on time.
Of course.
Come on, man. You want to get into this? What the chat's been waiting for, man. The Hexen 2.0 tarot.
Yeah, why don't we? I'm trying to cycle through the things right now. Why don't we take a break for a minute and then we'll get into that.
We'll be back after these messages. Could play like the hot dog intermission.
Yeah, the Snapchat hot dog. Play that.
Like the
Give me a minute to
like
get
the
set up.
60s. Because I need to take a leak too.
Yeah, put an intermission. Give us a few minutes.
3
We'll be
minutes.
back.
I'm gonna get a water and take a leak.
All right, let's do that.
Tinfoil, hold down the chat. The bots are coming.
It's intermission time, folks. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right over to our refreshment center for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, mouth-watering goodies. Everything from a snack to a delicious full meal. At our refreshment center, you'll find a large variety of goodies to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, or your sweet tooth. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Visit our refreshment center now. The show starts in 5 minutes. The show starts in 4 minutes. The show starts in 3 minutes. The show starts in 2 minutes. The show starts in 1 minute. And now, on with the show.
Hey. I'm back. I don't know about EBT yet. Shout out to the chat. Let me get this all set up again. Appreciate you guys for standing through that intermission. It's tough when you stream for a long time and you gotta piss like a racehorse and fill up your water. All right, man. I can see your PowerPoint or whatever it is. I don't know if... I don't think he's here yet. Smash the like button, please. 130 people in the chat. That's pretty good, man.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, right on time. I'm watching your screen so I can see that PowerPoint.
Okay, are we ready to go?
This is the main
Ready.
event. Shout out to Big
The main
JT.
event. All right, so let me spark this real quick.
Ooh.
All right. Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Hold on. Hold up. So, yeah, main event, right? The Hexen 2.0 tarot. I think Drew mentioned some of it earlier about like it's hard to get and
Yeah.
super.
Now I can't see your screen anymore. Am I supposed to be able to see it?
No, it's going. Hold on, just a second. I don't know why it would shut off.
Hold on, maybe because I'm running my camera or something. Let me see. I can see your cursor, but it's like gray. The screen is gray for me.
It says its stream is running, but pause this preview. Shit. Hold on. Let me reshare here.
Caladan said, "Come on, Boomer." I saw your comment, Caladan. We were just talking earlier. She said she dated a guy that worked on airplanes, and one of those engines spit a guy out once. Chewed him up and spit him out. She said sucked him up. I thought she meant something else.
Like, there's that old video of an aircraft carrier, and I think it's an A6 intruder, and the guy gets pulled into it, and his cranium helmet flies off and stops the turbines before it goes in. But like he's like a spaghetti noodle. He's just right into it.
All right, I can see it now. So let's go.
Okay, so let's go. Okay,
So what is this thing, and who is this person that made it?
Okay, so this is a custom tarot deck made by this person. Her name is Suzanne Treaster. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. But basically, this is straight off their website. Hexen 2.0 looks into histories of scientific research behind government programs of mass control, investigating parallel histories of countercultural and grassroots movements. Hexen 2.0 charts within a framework of post-World War II U.S. governmental and military imperatives, the coming together of scientific and social sciences through the development of cybernetics, the history of the internet, and the rise of Web 2.0, and increased intelligence gathering and implications for the future of new systems of societal manipulation towards a controlled society. So specifically what this deck is about, and we'll see some of the other things that she does, but specifically this deck investigates the people that were pivotal in the Macy conferences that ran through 1946 through 1953. And this was the combination of all the top computer scientists of the time that were interested in trying to build essentially computer systems that could mimic what they believed the way that the human mind worked. So it's tied in with a lot of different ideas. And then the deck goes into stuff like claims of anarcho-primitivism, post-leftism, Theodore Kaczynski, Unabomber, transhumanism, all this kind of stuff. So all this stuff's going to be tied in. So the deck's based on actual events, actual people, histories, and scientific projections of the future, and consisting of alchemical diagrams, a tarot deck, photo text works, and a video and a website. So who is this lady? Susan Trister. She has a bunch of other super interesting works. The one other one that I found her from originally, I believe, was There's this one called NATO. Let me see my cursor. NATO, the military codification system for the ordering of everything in the world. It's a parody, but it's not. Like it's kind of funny. But it's just how like there's essentially like a NATO there's a NATO designation for essentially everything that there really is. It's a good one. But she also does a bunch of time travel. There's no Hexen 1.0 that I know about, so it's kind of like My Pet Goat 2, right? Like maybe they're like Hexen 2.0 might be the exoteric, and there's a esoteric version of it that we're not privy to. I don't know. Either way, big deal about her is that she was one of CERN's main contributing artists. And then actually tonight I went to go look at her CERN webpage, and as of tonight that site has gone under maintenance. So it's not available.
They knew you were onto them.
They knew it. So CERN actually gave her like an award. And what the hell was it? Yeah, anyways, I don't know what it was called, but anyways, the Collide Award. She was given the Collide Award for some artwork that she did for CERN. So she works heavily with CERN. Anybody that's followed me on IG knows that like I like to cover the artists, particularly like from Fermilab, because they put out some pretty crazy esoteric kind of artwork and stuff, and it's pretty cool to look at some of the stuff that they do. I feel like the stupid like performance shit that they do, is like their exoteric. That's CERN's exoteric religion, and it's for the masses. It's for the 666 for the masses. But
now
I think
there it's back. I was gonna say the screen went gray again, but it's back.
I must be moving my cursor off and it changes it or something.
It's QOC, man. QOC messing with it.
So yeah, with this artwork that comes out of CERN and Fermilab. Fermilab's a little different because they don't do any kind of like real super overt shows or anything. All their stuff is pretty occulted. Obviously, CERN. Everybody knows about CERN. They have the big stupid rituals that everybody can see are obviously creepy, but
for and then they see, right?
Yeah. But then they hire these artists. Like that's a big thing in these programs. Is all these particle accelerator labs? They all have artists. I don't know if she is resident. If she is a resident artist, I don't know if that's the case. But she does work directly with CERN. CERN gave her rewards. She's done projects for CERN. Yada yada yada. So anyways, she made this tarot to talk about the invention of the internet and things to come.
Now it's gone gray again. There, when it came back, no.
Okay, wait, hold on, show me. Is it gray now?
No, now it is, right now. Whatever you just did made it gray.
What about
now? It is not gray, no.
Okay, all right, I figured it out. All right, so I picked out a few cards from the Major Arcana and a few from the Minor. And then, so we're just going to really just start at the beginning, and we're just going to go through some of these. And a lot of them probably we can just bullshit about because we probably know some of it. And if not, if anybody has any questions, we can go deeper into them. But the first one, it might go gray.
No, it worked.
Okay, so the main premise of the whole deck is the Macy conferences.
I know I studied that like a long time ago, and I kind of forget about it, but wasn't it like these guys like set up to basically create the internet in the future?
Yeah. If the big channel that did some good docs on this was TruthStream Media.
Shout out to TruthStream Media.
TruthStream Media, Minds of Men, I believe is the name of the documentary, where they cover all the cybernetics, the Macy conference, and then all these influencers that started this movement. I specifically on this one, I picked out all the cards that weren't specific individuals. and I went with the broader topic cards in this deck. So obviously we're not going to cover all of them, but so like the biggest one in this is this Macy conference. So there were some groups before this that were involved with these ideas of being able to collaborate science and technology with the human, experience. So transhumanism, and then the ability to implement these systems to be able to create computer systems that would mimic the human brain. The other group before the Macy conference that was pivotal was the ratio click, or they're called Ratio. It was out of England, and they were with the Royal Society. So the Royal Society, gave us people like Darwin and whatnot. Actually, Darwin's grandson ends up being a pivotal guy that is in this Macy's conference. One person in particular who's important to the whole thing is left out of this conference, who's really the guy that ends up being the guy that kind of creates digital storage personal computers. But we'll talk about that later. But in general, one of the big things the conference is going to talk about is cybernetics. And so this idea of cybernetics, which the etymology of the word supposedly tracks back to cybernetics, meaning in Greek to steer. So to be able to steer society. But in general, the topic is just like how systems work, right? Like, so there's multiple levels of what is cybernetics. So like your body's a cybernetic system because it maintains homeostasis through a system. The Earth is a cybernetic. All these computer systems are cybernetics. Yada yada yada. The guy that invents this topic really, or promotes it from the get-go, is Norbert Wiener. That's right, Norbert Wiener.
Norbert, is it any relation to Anthony Weiner, aka Pauly Shore?
Most likely. Pigeon peckers are gonna weave through the whole narrative. We already know this, but
coincidence.
So this is even funny though, because I mean we've postulated before that we think that the AI is just some juvenile system, and they choose names like Wiener to put into these storylines,
Right?
Just because they're making stupid high school jokes or whatever. Which actually, when you dive into this kind of ideas of this early cognitive science, these are kind of things that are coming out of it. So, anyways, the High Priestess card is the Macy's conference.
All right, it's gray now. Wait, it's there. Never mind.
Keep fucking it up. I'm sorry. So, anyways, the card just says a bunch of the people that are involved with it. I guess the connections you could make.
What do you got going on? It's kind of hard to see. Let me pull it up on so the chat can see it better and make it bigger. I'm gonna pull it up on just the regular browser. High Priestess, Hexen. Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah, much better picture here for the chat to see. So I see a pedo swirl, man. Pedo swirl. It's a wrap.
Yeah, we definitely got a pedo swirl in there.
Beekman's Tower. Beekman's World.
Exactly.
Was that the joke of Beekman? Who is Beekman's Tower? I've never heard of that.
I actually don't know anything about that. That's where the conference took place. I don't know anything about the location. There's a lot of information in every one of these cards, and admittedly, I don't know. I don't know all of it, but so the basis of this is outlining the major influencers in each one that were in that are involved with this. You see Norbert Wiener right there above Beekman Tower, but
Tell me when you switch slides or whatever, because I'm just watching it on the browser now.
Yeah, that's
So,
better
yeah,
if you just
you got
just pull
the
up their individual.
the word wiener right next to this like phallic tower.
Yeah. So, anyways, this is a group of people that got together to, all these people from all these different branches of science get together to. One of the big things is really the idea of creating sustainability, being able to use technology to solve the problems that humans created in the world. So basically, all the things that we're kind of dealing with now, we've just seen the evolution of them, but this is kind of like where it started as far as the technological involvement with it.
That's crazy to think that you're living it now, but this was a plan, about like 80 years ago.
So thinking about why she would have chose this one to be the High Priestess card. So if we were to examine this as an actual tarot deck, we would think that this card would be indicative of change, alteration, fluctuation. It would be a symbol of the sacred magic, Gnosis, Sophia.
Is it based on like the Rider Waite or whatever? Does it say that?
I
mean, they're all kind of are, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're all based on the original deck, essentially, right?
I'm just pulling up the original High Priestess to show, in case someone's not familiar.
Right, I would be assuming that she is accepting the standard tarot definitions when she made this deck, but that's just me assuming. I haven't read enough into her personally to know what her necessarily intentions.
So you do have there's the tower on the right, and then there's like a building on the left. So it's not quite the two towers that are on the regular High Priestess card, but it is kind of there.
Right, and it's not. And this is with tarot decks. I mean, tarot decks don't have to. The imagery doesn't necessarily have to. There's no dogma in. There's doctrine, but there's not necessarily dogma. I mean, you can alter the images. But as far as this deck, though, when you're talking about tarot, I mean, if there's any people that are, pretty into tarot or whatever, I don't think necessarily that this deck is supposed to be legitimately a tarot deck, but I think at the same time it is. She's obviously knowledgeable of the tarot and of the symbology, but I think really she's putting the information. I would think more or less it's not the symbology that she's using that's important on this deck, more so as what the card's portraying to what the card is, right? So what the archetype of the card is is the way that I interpret the deck.
You do have a lot of similarities, though, that I see the way it's kind of painted in the background.
Yeah,
kind
definitely.
Kind of matches her thing, and the swirl kind of to match the crescent moon down here. You have the square in the middle, which is the whatever that is behind the regular High Priestess and the Rider Waite. That's like a tapestry or something behind her, or a door or something.
The veil.
Have the square. Is that what it is? A veil.
Yeah.
You got the square right here behind in the center of this Hexen card.
And then so the High Priestess card is the moon card in the deck. Right.
Like the feminine?
Yes. So like each card in the major arcana is gonna represent a planet past the first three, right? The Foolish Man, Hangman, Last Judgment. So that's air, water, fire. And then so each one of the cards from 1 on is going to represent a celestial body.
Now your screen is gray. Is it supposed to be gray? You're gray again.
No, I thought you were showing. Hey,
I was, but then I came back.
50 Shades of Gray. Okay, so let's move on. Macy's conferences. So there's several of these that took place, you know, kind of like a, you know, I guess this is the ecumenical council of the technocratic society that is evolving, right? Or what they would call their new world order. So the Macy's conferences fail to reconcile the subjectivity of information or its meaning and that of the human mind, but succeeding in showing how concepts such as the observer, reflexivity, black box systems, and neural networks would have to be approached in conjunction and eventually overcome in order to form a complete working theory of the mind. So, really, the whole concept is delusional from the get-go, that they think that from a series of ons and offs, ones and zeros, that somehow they're going to be able to replicate the human mind on a machine. And one of the main premises that they're trying to come up with is the ability to have a human judge be able to be fooled by a computer. That's one of the main goals technologically.
To have a what? Say that again. A human judge?
Have a human judge be fooled. So a human judging something, an interaction with the computer, and not being able to know that they were interacting with the computer.
Like Legend from the Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
Computer ain't never gonna fool me. Come on. Never.
They're pretty good at it at this point. So yeah, that's so that would be the first one up here on 420 stream. The High Priestess card. The High Priestess card, the Macy Conference. So next one will be that I picked out of the deck was 3 Empress. And the Empress card is Intel Agencies.
Okay, speaking of Intel Agencies, let me find that one. That's number 3?
Yes.
Okay, here it is. I'm on her site, so I can...
Yeah, they pull up. Yeah, that's where I took them from. So.
And then what are these, like...
So that's all the different alphabet soups.
I see. So USA, it's CIA. Okay, I get it now. M16 in UK. I was trying to figure out what these like acronyms were for.
Yeah.
So these are for each country or whatever.
Each intel agency of each country. You'll see that USA has a lot of alphabet soup going on. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. But
yeah, let me pull up the Empress and the Rider Waite too, just to kind of get it side by side. So where she's got like, what does she have all over her dress on this one? Is that strawberries or something? I can't tell what that's supposed to be. It's the correlation. I see those dots, whatever that fruit is, and then you have these dots kind of. Now, is this whole thing, someone in the chat said it's like similar to the Illuminati card game. Is this whole thing basically just a troll, or is there like a deeper message, or both?
Illuminati, well, it's somewhat similar, but pretty different, in my opinion. This is why I wanted to do this on the 420 stream, because the last 420 stream we did was on the Illuminati card game.
Right.
Undoubtedly, the Illuminati card game is Discordian. It's meant to be sardonic. It's meant to be sarcastic. You know, because essentially he rewrote the idea of what the Illuminati was, right? With the Illuminati trilogy. But this to me feels different because we're talking this. Although the Illuminati card game is projective, right? Often you can view the tarot as being outside of timeline, right? Like the tarot can exist in the past, present, and the future because it's about archetypes. But at the same time, this is about actual evolution of organizations related to how the internet came to be. So, I mean, it's not speculative. Each one of these cards is super informative. And you could go down a million different research tangents just looking into each one of these cards, which we're not going to do, right now. This is going to just be like when we do the Illuminate cards. It's going to go through these ones and just look at them. You can form your own opinion. That would be the acceptable way for a Christian to look at tarot cards. Is you can just meditate on them. We're not trying to divinate anything from them, but I would say they're different in concept.
Gotcha.
I guess, yeah, in the dress you can see all the different. I don't even know what those are, to be honest.
Is it figs? I wonder if it's supposed to be figs. Figs.
Well, so the Empress is Venus, is what it represents. But I feel like this one's pretty self-explanatory. I don't think we need to go deep into it.
Yeah.
But
what's the next one?
What's strange, though, with the Empress, though, is how she would put the intelligence agencies in this card, where in a tarot concept, that card would mean like happiness or pleasure or success, development. So I guess, that would make sense. Because I guess if we inverted it, it's different for us, but for them it would be success, right? So next one that I picked out of the deck was Justice.
One world government.
One world government. So in that is a quote from Burton Russell, which is another one of these major New World Order think tank group dudes. Did you get it up on there?
I got it up.
Okay.
It says war can only be abolished by the establishment of a world government.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Bertrand Reynolds. All the researches of psychoanalysis. I can't read it anymore because it's like handwriting. It's hard to read.
Handwriting. It's cursive. Nobody knows how to read that shit anymore.
Cursive and analog clock dead.
All the researches of psychoanalysts
amorism and biochemistry will be brought into play. The Society of Experts will control. I can zoom in more. Hold on. Will control propaganda and education. It will teach loyalty to the world government and make nationalism high treason. The government, being an oligarchy, will instill submissiveness into the great bulk of the population, confining intuitive and I don't know if that's the right word. It's hard to read that writing. Confining,
I think it's
initiative and the habit of command to its own members. It is possible that it may invert ingenious ways of concealing its own power, leaving the forms of democracy intact and allowing the plutocrats to imagine that they are cleverly that they are cleverly controlling these forms. Gradually, however, as the plutocrats become stupid through laziness, they will lose their wealth. It will pass more and more into public ownership and be controlled by government of experts. Thus, whatever the outward forms may be, all the real power will come to be concentrated, I think is what it says, in the hands of those who understand the art of scientific manipulation. Sorry, that was hard to read. Not because I can't read.
It's tough handwriting. Yep.
Yeah, it's just doctor's handwriting.
That got through it, though. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
1931. So 90 years ago.
Yeah, so a lot of this stuff, it's obvious to see that these were concepts and ideas that were being talked about and discussed way before a lot of these concepts were even out. So, why don't you pull up the Rider-Waite for that card and we look at that?
I have it up right next to it. The Justice, and he's holding the scales and the sword is upright.
Okay. Yeah, so, and it's interesting in the Hermetic deck that it's actually called the Fortitude card, but
what does the Justice card mean? I don't know enough about tarot. Just balance, basically.
Yeah, balance, homeostasis, balancing divine will with human will, and maintaining that balance. So by the time you get to this card, that should be the concept that you've got enough arcana where you can balance yourself in this concept of human justice. Although there might not be any concept of justice in the divine realm, but it's the combination of above and below. So the divine will and the human will is what creates what we would consider justice. But we'll see in the whole concept.
Yeah, real quick, are the numbers off here? Someone in the chat was saying the numbers are off. Wasn't this number 7 in that deck? And I have up number 11.
I don't know. I can't. I lost the screen.
Yeah, you're gray again. You're gray, homie. You blew it.
Yeah, actually, I wonder why she did that.
So her numbers have changed. She has 7. 7 and 11. That's why.
Huh. That might be a truth drop in there that I don't know how to decode.
Real truth drop right here, man.
Yeah, so, all right. Well, I guess let's move on because that one I don't understand. That's actually pretty good.
8.
So.
No, she's got 8 on there, and then that was 11.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't catch that. So
yeah,
shout out to the chat.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Ooh,
move on to X.
This one looks good here. Cybernetics, the Wheel of Fortune.
Yep, Cybernetics, the Wheel of Fortune. Right. So, like, I guess we were talking with. Now I'm thrown for a loop. Now that one card's different. So, but if we talk about the Justice card, right? What I was saying is. The concept of homeostasis or balance, that's like super pivotal in this all this concept and in that Macy's conferences. And then we see now, right, with the green push and the push for sustainability and stuff, is this idea that this concept that everything should be able and should be maintaining its own homeostasis. And if it's not, that there should be some intervention into maintaining that. But then at the same point, it's also a,
Excuse me.
as above, so below, about, combining the divine will with the human will.
So we got
So the Lord of-
cybernetics. Sorry, I didn't thought you were done.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we got number 10, Wheel of Fortune, and on this deck is this cybernetics, implications for engineering, systems control, computer science, biology, ecology, political science, psychology, philosophy, and the organization of society. Now that sounds like my tagline here. I talk about politics, propaganda, psychology, and philosophy. Maybe I secretly work for CERN.
Possible.
You'll never know.
Yeah, so these are all the influencing topics that are involved with all these people that are coming up with this concept that we would eventually know as the internet, right? So essentially,
And
it's like
Wiener's on this card again at the top.
Wiener.
They have his
Wiener's
quote.
Wiener's the big one. Norbert Wiener, he's the biggest dude in
the biggest
in this.
wiener.
Biggest wiener.
Biggest wiener
Like I said,
in the game.
I don't even know if she made a card for him though, actually. But no, he is Wiener is known as the father of cybernetics, which is it's one of those like convoluted terms that we see in all this kind of great reset stuff that we see with the current Wiener swab. What's anal swab? Klaus Schwab.
Klaus Schwab.
We see the same kind of fluff, same kind of rhetoric that they speak, just a lot of nonsense. But these are the engineering ideas and philosophies that are going into what is perpetuating the construction of what we would eventually call the internet. So it's not as if the internet just came out of nowhere. Is that there's groups and organizations and think tanks and societies that are constructing and weaving and plotting and planning for the implementation of this technology into society in order to shift society.
Yeah, it basically shows like what is that, like a crescent moon? Is this supposed to be like kind of like what I'm getting from it is like the Saturn moon matrix type vibe or something from it?
Yeah, I mean, in extent, you could.
There's like that ray or whatever going into the moon, and then it comes out negative feedback, positive feedback. And then just the general shape of the thing being like.
Well, the card in the traditional deck, the card's going to represent Jupiter.
Yeah. Interesting.
And so it's about maintaining balance between good and evil, maintaining balance. And it kind of is a contradictory card to the Justice card, because in the Justice card we have scales. In the Wheel of Fortune, it's obviously we have a revolving sense of justice within this card. So in the Justice card, things are kind of set and standard, and it's very dialectic. And then in the Wheel of Fortune card, we kind of see how, even though we can have these set dialectic standards of good or bad or whatever, the Wheel of Fortune card kind of changes that, because we can kind of see how it can be evolved. And which is strange when you look at the cybernetic card, where it's just a pie piece of the wheel, right?
Right.
Which is a common theme in all these artists that do work for like CERN or Fermilab. And Fermilab in particular, like the art installation when you drive into the facility is this big metal leg spider looking thing, and it's called symmetry opposed. And this idea of opposing symmetry is like one of their esoteric things that they put into their exoteric revelations.
What's that?
So
CERN or at Fermilab? You said I'm trying to look
This
it
one's
up.
it's at Fermilab. It's called Symmetry Opposed. It's the entrance to Fermilab
I
on
see what
the
you're saying. It's
west
like a
on the
spider,
west side.
spider
It's on
looking
the
type
yeah,
thing.
and that's on the west side, and you entrance through Farnsworth Avenue, and then Farnsworth was
Phineas
the guy
Farnsworth.
Farnsworth was allegedly the guy that invented the television.
And this is Fermilab.
Yeah, so when you see it from one side, it's a different color, broken symmetry. So it's black from the entrance and it's red from the other side, broken symmetry. And this lady actually, I think she actually did an art piece called, that's why I was, she did an art piece, I think, called Symmetry Opposed. But you can see how it's broken. So it's like a shift in the timeline.
Yeah, I see how it's red. Red on one side, black on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks like calipers that you would measure a taint with.
Yes, definitely.
That's what I'm getting from it. Have you been to Fermilab?
Yeah.
You get it? What's the vibe? Is it weird, or is it just like sterile?
I haven't been inside Wilson Hall yet. I drive by it all the time. I mean, I live right by it, and then I've driven through it and taken pictures inside of it.
What's the Atari building? You've been in that one?
That's Wilson Hall.
So you haven't been in the Atari looking.
I haven't gone.
Looks like an Atari logo.
Yeah, 2020 happened, and then like I haven't had a chance to go inside. Like, so you can go to the top floor in Wilson Hall, and yeah, I've made tons of posts on Wilson Hall because there's so much into it. But so it's built like a cathedral, and there's all this. If you follow my Welcome to Fermilab hashtag, or Our Reality is Being Conjured, is where I cover all that topic. But it's really an inversion of, and so that's the obelisk in front of it. It's a
looks like the base of the Space Needle, kind of.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the Atari logo. So you can go to the top floor of that. It's open. It was open to plug. I don't know how it is right now since post-COVID or whatever, but you could go to the top level, and then there's an art museum that has all the artwork from their resident artist, and the one that I follow that I've done a lot of stuff on was the Angela Gonzalez, because she has some crazy esoteric artwork from Fermilab. So Fermilab really is the headquarters of particle science, although CERN is the one that gets the big name. But Fermilab is the pinnacle of it, really. So it's the second largest particle accelerator in the world. Some would claim that it's actually technically the largest particle accelerator in the world, and that CERN is a cover for that. And living in the area and researching it for a long time, I think they really have built a larger collider underground because of the amount of quarry yards that have popped up in the area where they supposedly would have had dug the tunnel for the new one. Yeah, so this is Angela Gonzalez's images.
She's just the Fermilab artist or whatever. So these are
Yeah.
from like the 60s and 70s then?
These are actually from early 90s, 80s, 90s.
Okay.
So, yeah, and that image right there is the sun doubler.
Which one? Because I think you might see it on a delay if you're seeing
Yeah,
it
I'm on a delay. There's a one where it's the circle and it shows like two suns around
Oh, yeah, I see it.
above Fermilab. That one's called the energy doubler.
What is that? Like the black sun or something? There's Fermilab down there on the right.
Yeah, it could be. And then these are images of all the weird kind of scientific experiments that they did. But my favorite one is that cauldron one, where it's
They got
the guy he's in the plague doctor mask. You've got all the Incan deities. You've got the bats in the back. You've got the cymatic cathedral window in the background.
Tardtarian
And then
technology.
The background behind that looks like the World Trade Centers, but what it is supposed to be depicting is what's called the Chicago Pile #1, which was the first nuclear reactor ever built. But you can see the same kind of vertical line construction that looks very similar to the World Trade Towers, and also very similar to the Max Headroom TV hijack.
Oh yeah, let me pull
which
that
is what I
up
said
real
before.
quick.
Was I say that Fermilab is the one, and you see Fermilab is inside the cauldron, so you see the Trevatron, which is the collider. The Trevatron is inside the cauldron there.
Hold on, let me go back to that. The Trevatron. Let me copy this so I don't lose my spot. Hold on. Oh, I see. So yeah, inside the cauldron that's the big circle. That's the accelerator.
Well, one of them. So it's multiple. It's an accelerator complex, right? So there's multiple in there, but yeah, that's what it is.
And then that little black thing on the bottom of that, is that supposed to be the Fermilab building?
Yeah, I believe that's the Wilson Hall.
And
We're
then
looking at the same.
let me jump to that Max Headroom. Let me open a new window with it so you can see so you're talking about these vertical lines on the back looking kind of like the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
And then there was that
in Max
famous
Headroom,
Max Headroom. They supposedly like hijacked live television signal in the early 80s, I would guess.
Mm-hmm. And then
never got caught supposedly.
So the accelerator at Fermilab is called the Tevatron, TVA, and Teva in Hebrew means the ark.
And then behind this Max Headroom dude, I'm playing it now. You got just the straight lines. It's kind of wiggling around.
Right. So anybody that was something that happened in the Chicago area, and headroom is a technical term for being able to control the broadcast airways, right? Whoever has the maximum headroom would be the only people that would be able to hijack a TV signal like that, have the power to do that. And then so Fermilab is Lucent Technologies, Bell Labs, their two largest laboratories in the world were located right next to Fermilab. One of them, they ended up selling one of the labs, the one that has the giant glass satellite dish thing on it. They sold that to Navistar, which is the people that make school buses and diesel engines and stuff like that. But the other one's still maintained. But eventually, Bell Labs sold to Lucent Technologies. Lucent Technologies sold to Alcatel, and then Alcatel sold to Nokia. So now the company is owned by Nokia. But obviously everything's in the Nokia brick phone. But Nokia is the leading manufacturer of 5G. And that's still located there right next to Fermilab.
Let me just play. I'm going to play like 15 seconds of that Max Headroom. Like I played it before. I got to play with the sound on in case you've never seen it. There's got to be somebody here that's never seen this. Some kid. So let me play like 15 seconds here. And that's way before even dial-up or anything like that. It's pretty crazy. I came back to the Discord and you're gray again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or was there more? Was there more you wanted to get into on that like cauldron? I still have that cauldron up too.
Oh no, I think we can move on with where we're going with that.
So basically, you're saying like somebody with Fermilab probably had something to do with that.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I think somebody at Fermilab or Lucent or whatever, because this area, like we're in Naperville. I mean, at that time, like every top scientist in the world was living at Fermilab or next to Fermilab. Like literally, for the very top people, they set up. I think you'd even see it in the cauldron somewhere in the map. There is what they would call Fermilab Village. So like all the top people literally had to live within the within the actual facility, and they wouldn't let them interact. There's all kind. I can go on forever. That's a whole different topic, but a good little tangent there that most people don't know about. Everybody knows about CERN, but most people don't know about Fermilab.
No, Jamie Costco, shout out, says, so it was a weird prank, then they made it a popular character. No, it was a character first, and I think he just wore the mask to conceal his identity on the hack. That's how old I'm that old that I grew up with Max Headroom and Spuds McKenzie.
But you would have needed so much RF radio frequency headroom, so much transmitting power to be able to hijack that signal from Chicago like that the only place that would have been able to have that ability would have had to have been a laboratory around or associated with Fermilab. Or there was a bunch of people that worked for them that had set up some kind of private thing to do that. But I mean, it wasn't an amateur that hijacked that broadcast. It had to have been somebody that was at Lucent, Bell Labs, or Fermilab, or Argonne. Because there's the other lab in Chicagoland, this Argonne National Laboratory. So Chicago has 2 national laboratories, and then plus University of Chicago, which technically kind of really is a national lab, but that's where the first nuclear pile, first quote-unquote nuclear reaction occurred by Enrico Fermi. And then Fermi is the one that goes on, well, they named Fermilab after him. And people probably know the Fermi paradox about alien life and all that kind of stuff. And then in quantum physics, you have the trinity of particles, right? So you have fermions, bosons, and then hadrons. And hadron being the God particle.
I'm just pulling up a few pictures of that Chicago pile.
So that's part of my idea on 9. I think that the Twin Towers were a radioactive nuclear pile. The building itself was. And that's how it was able to disappear and turn to dust so quickly.
What is, I don't understand what this Chicago pile is. It's just like looks like boards, like 2x4s or something, just stacked.
Oh, there's supposed to be radioactive material in there.
Oh, it's like uranium or something.
Undergoing decay inside of the.
Oh, so that's just like a holding.
Yeah.
Thing for whatever's inside there. Okay.
Yeah, allegedly. Who knows, really?
Yeah,
at the
exactly.
end of it. But yeah, that's the official story. Chicago Pile was the first one to do that, and they got the material from what's called the Mound Site in Ohio. which is another national laboratory. And it's literally built on an ancient mound site, and they named it the mound site. And that's where they got the original nuclear material to do the experiments.
Got these spammers just came back. What did we say?
Yeah, no. Is anybody still listening to this shit?
Yeah, there's 119 people in the chat. Shout out to the chat. And I think about 40 of them are Russian spam bots.
That's all right. Get them stats up.
That's right. That's right, baby. I'll take them all.
Send them super chats so we can buy some more subs.
Oh yeah, we mentioned the mounds, Stephen Davidson.
I always mention them.
And then
always comes back to the mounds. Yeah, it's literally called, the laboratory is called the mound site, is what the insider term. I don't remember the exact name of the facility, but yeah, if you type the mound site National Laboratory, it'll come up. And then in that area, it's in the area around Serpent Mound, right? And then there's all these, if you've ever been to that area, there's all these other major corporations that are built up in that. Like a lot of big pharmaceutical corporations are built on mound sites, right? Like they literally find medicine, like Johnson & Johnson is there in Ohio. And they literally find medicines by digging in the ground where their facility is located. Like that's literally the backstory of how some of these medicines are created, because they dug in a mound site and they found something in the dirt, and that dirt was a great antibiotic or some shit.
Faith is Me speaks in the chat. Says, do you guys know of the device like CERN in Canada near one of the Great Lakes? They're all over, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, the current project that is ongoing, the biggest particle experiment right now, is what's called DUNE, the Deep Underground Neutrino Experiment. That's going from Fermilab, and they're shooting the underground, shooting all the way to Dakota, to the Dakotas, to a lab in the Dakotas through, because one of the original experiments they did was they shot particles. Well, is what they say. They shot particles to a laboratory that was up near the border in Minnesota, near the Canadian border there in Minnesota. But now the big one right now is called DUNE, right? So they moved all this insane equipment they built it in CERN. They tested the stuff in CERN. The biggest one being the G2 muon magnet detector, and the Icarus project. So, and they shipped all these things from CERN here, and they had to rebuild all these roads and all kinds of stuff to get this G2 magnet to Fermilab. It's this giant red ring thing, right? And they tarped it so when it moved down the highway, it looked like a damn UFO, right? So this giant magnet detector that they moved all the way from CERN across the ocean, and drove it all the way across, to the Midwest, to Chicago to put this in Fermilab. And the other big one that I've talked about before was the Icarus project, was a detector that they built in CERN and they sent back to Fermilab. And if in the mythology of Icarus is, he escapes from Minos's labyrinth where the Minotaur is. The Minotaur is in the labyrinth of Minos. And at Fermilab, one of the things that Fermilab is famous for is for the buffalo. They have a buffalo herd that lives on the grounds above the experiment. So it used to be a big thing where you'd go and see the buffaloes at Fermilab. So Minos, directly related to Icarus. Icarus builds the wax wings to escape from the labyrinth, the underground labyrinth where the Minotaur lives, right? And then so when this thing arrived from CERN to the Chicago area, the Icarus project, is when we had this weird rise in Mothman appearances in the Chicagoland area as the Icarus project, that is about a man that can a flying humanoid arrives in Chicago area.
Mothman, Chicago.
Mothman. So that's my Mothman theory, is that Shern shipped some Mothmen in some Jurassic Park fucking shipping containers.
They're bringing over the Mothman.
Mm-hmm. And then the ridge, and this. So, like I said, so King Minos, is in control of the labyrinth where the Minotaur lives. You know, Icarus escapes from the labyrinth with his wax wings. So the original project at Fermilab underground was the Minos project. Like, so they interweave all this mythology into all the experiments.
They say it's a sandhill crane, the Chicago Mothman. That's what they say.
I never seen him. I never seen the dude.
It's just an
Mothman.
interdimensional Mothman.
Hey, Mothman.
What's up, Mothman?
That might be some Southside shit. I don't know. I don't go down there at dark. I don't go to the Southside when it's dark. So,
it's an interdimensional NFT, Mothman. What's the next one? Let's go to the next one. Been on a Mothman tangent. I like Mothman. EBT's doing a little celebrating for the holidays, so I hope everyone else is putting them in the air.
all right, Mothman. Next one. Next one, Temperance.
ARPANET, Temperance.
ARPANET.
Stephen David, I modded you up, man. I need you to hit down these spammers. Keep coming, man, because I got to pull up the next one. These spammers are hitting hard tonight, man. That's how you know this is what they don't want you to see.
Reels for reels. The fuck? Alright, so yeah, the next one was ARPANET.
And that's the Temperance card.
Yes, ARPANET Temperance card. So ARPANET is like the OG internet. So on my screen, you will see the original ARPANET logical map connection that connected all these different research universities together.
I don't see anything on your screen. Are you talking about the card?
Shit, I don't know.
Your screen's gray, but I have the card up if that's what you're talking about.
My screen's gray. Motherfucker. No, I had a diagram of the actual ARPANET up, but I don't know where it's shown. Anyway, so yeah, ARPANET is the OG internet that connected all these different research laboratories together. And then what I was trying to show, there's a map of all the locations. And anybody that's ever looked at some of the other like underground location maps and stuff, all these places line up. Similar areas. So, but it just goes to show that originally this was a defense research project to create what we would end up knowing as the World Wide Web, the internets.
And this is 69. It says on the card, the ARPANET. The early internet.
Mm-hmm.
What are they sending on ARPANET? Just like text or what?
Yeah, data packets and text and who knows what the capabilities of it? It probably wasn't very good. But yeah, and basically it's like a data bus between these agencies where they could send data packets. However, they can disseminate the data packets when it gets to the other end. I don't know all the technical bits behind it. This was one of the first early, what they would call satellite circuits involved with this as well. There was a couple places that were connected not by actual physical hard line. There were facilities that were connected by what they said were satellite connections. So Hawaii was one of the early internet satellite connections. And then there was like one or two other places that they were able to have satellite connections. One is like Epstein, looks like about Epstein Island out there in the Atlantic, and the other one's like in the Bermuda Triangle.
Creepy, bro.
So kind of weird. And they did run some lines out halfway, like out into the North Atlantic. There's actual physical lines that run to some facilities. That's one of the ones you could probably look into each one of these different facilities and like have insane stuff. But it runs basically from each side of the country. So from Maine all the way over. Basically follows the 33rd parallel is one of the main lines, it looks like. And then the Dragon line, which is the 39th to 40th parallel, is where they chose to run these physical lines to connect all these facilities, which, is the same where they put all the cities. So they all run on the same kind of lines there. I don't know why it won't show that screen, though.
Faith is Me Speaks in the chat says, so I found a link a while back. There were reports of underground tunnels being used to collapse parts of the Mississippi River, and I followed it up to the Snow Lab device.
I don't know about that one. That one's new to me. I never heard of that.
Interesting. And then somebody else said you're just sharing one window, so when you click off of that PowerPoint, it's going gray because you're only sharing that PowerPoint through the Discord.
Okay, I get it. Yeah. All right. I figured I was sharing just whatever's on this one screen. Okay. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So yeah, ARPANET, the OG internet. Next.
The devil. The devil 15. Let me pull that one up quick. 15. The devil.
Why don't you go ahead and read that when you get it pulled up?
Where is it?
That one's readable. It's not handwritten.
Okay, I will pull this up, but let me pull up the Rider Waite one too. I'm sure you guys have all seen that one, but I'm still gonna pull it up.
So what we just did, Temperance. So and then back on that one, the ARPANET card. So in the examination of a tarot, you would think that combination of forces, moderation, temperance. But like if it was inverted, you would have discord.
Shout out to the Discord.
Yeah.
All right, this one here, the devil. I'll read it real quick. It says, on the one hand, the exploration of individuals' ethical position within the collective activity of scientific modeling could point outside the instrumental logic of the world laboratory, because I'm wearing the glasses tonight. It's not laboratory, it's laboratory. And beyond the notion of the experimental epistemology, is that the word?
Yeah, epistemology.
Epistemology, okay.
Your basis of belief. So.
Towards an ecological understanding of the interdependency of living beings, on the other hand, it could lead to an infinite multiplication of clearly circumscribed and incommensurable world models open to manipulation by anyone with a superior understanding of the modeling process and its effects on the lives of those who engage in it. This would be the path. I gotta make it bigger here. Hold on. This would be the path that was massively taken by the entrepreneurial cultures of the new economy, giving rise to the highly sophisticated productive devices of the control society in which most forms of artistic creativity are now caught and instrumentalized for financial, ideological, and military purposes. That's Brian Holmes, 2008.
Oh,
Is that talking about like the fourth industrial revolution or what?
Yeah, definitely. That's what we're seeing that come to fruition right now.
They're gonna weaponize the art, basically.
Mm-hmm. That's why they got to tell you in the movies.
Yeah, that's right. They can eat children's faces as long as they tell you. in a direct to VCR tape that didn't even hit the theaters. If they tell you there, then they don't have any karmic consequence.
So here's what the Golden Dawn would say about the Devil card. The Devil card is the Lord of the Gates of Batter. Irene, I. On a pedestal sits the fierce figure of Pan, with his hairy body, goat's head, bat wings, spiked crown, and flaming torch. His crest is the winged solar disk. The pentagram at his center is inverted, indicating dark forces. Chained to the foot of the pedestal are two demons, one male, one female, half animal and half human. At the foot of the pedestal appears the sign of Capricorn, the symbol of Saturn, ruler of Capricorn, at the top left. The fire wand is the energy of Mars, so war. And it can mean material force, material temptation, subordination, bondage. If reversed, it could be the opposite, though. Reverse of bondage, respite, and divorce. So you either go with the flow or you don't.
I just noticed how in the Rider-Waite they have the chains are around their neck, but it's not like a dog collar. It's not like, I mean, you know what I mean? They could loosen these chains. It's just like barely on there. They could just choose to step out any time.
2 Chainz.
Let my chain hang low. Do it wobble to the flow.
That's why rappers wear chains. Decoded.
Truth drop.
There's a PP there too. You guys didn't see that.
The peeps.
He's got the bat wings, bat suit.
Oh yeah. Bat suit. And the woman there, she's just got some grapes. So she gets all her needs met as long as she stays in that chain.
So you can see the direct connections there, really, kind of. It's a direct metaphor there between the control society that they're building and all right, next one. The Tower.
Tower card. What is that? 16. That's my number, man. I'm number 16. I am the ATT. What does that mean? That's my initials. That's why when Jurassic's always talking about the ATT. I say that's me.
So the Tower card is NSA and another alphabet soup agency that you don't hear a lot about, TIA. Total Information Awareness Program.
Tia?
Tia.
Your auntie. Your Tia.
DARPA, INSACOM, TIA, data mining, real-time feedback, spending, internet, cell phone, financial, airline. Right there, see? Airlines came up. That's why it is. Email, banking. Everything gets fed right back to the NSA.
I remember hearing about the NSA. I've talked about the guys that kind of got me into conspiracies way back in the day, probably mid to late 90s. And they talked about the NSA all the time. And they were like, everything you say in a phone, it goes to the NSA and recorded. And so you say certain trigger words, like, you know, they would say some that probably would set off YouTube if I said them. They'd be like, that's when they know to flag you. And I was just, you know, I didn't know anything about this stuff. I was like, man, these guys are nuts, dude. But yeah, you know it's true, man. I mean, it's got to be.
I think this one's kind of interesting, though, that all these different things, all this different information is the lightning bolt in the Hexen tarot. So we have all this private data, all this metadata coming in, and this metadata is representing the lightning strike that destroys the tower.
Right.
It's somewhat interesting. I don't know necessarily what she intends by that. I don't.
What's up, Moody Bug? Moody Bug's in the chat.
So, the tower represents destruction of one system to introduce a new one.
Yeah, is that kind of a theme in this deck, that this is all gonna, I don't know if you want to say end badly for them, but
I don't know. I can't. I don't have a read on that. I don't know who it ends badly for.
Yeah, I kind of got that sense earlier. I don't remember what card we were talking about, where it kind of seemed like it was hinting at like a bad ending. I took it kind of for them, for the data controllers or whatever. But
I think so. But the deck goes.
It's an inversion, right? So
I feel like it is. At the same time, it's like the deck's very dialectical in it, because I left out a bunch of other cards. We'll cover maybe some other time, but it proposes a lot of other figures that are oppositions, like Ted Kaczynski, like that are oppositions to this stuff. But it's also, you get the feeling that these are like built-in dialectic, built-in opposition to what they're constructing, because they understand how systems work, so they're introducing oppositions into the program ahead of time so that they can try to control the oppositions within the scenario, right?
yeah, that's interesting to me with Ted Kaczynski and stuff. If you just showed up here too, we're just talking about, there's this tarot deck, and it's called Hexen 2.0. We're kind of comparing it to some of the Rider-Waite and just kind of going through not all of the cards, but just some of the more, major arcana ones. Just taking a peek.
Yeah.
And it's all about how they would use the creation of the internet as a control tool, basically, for you.
Okay, so that one is NSA. That one would be cool to go more into. I don't know a whole lot about this Total Information Awareness program. It's one I haven't looked much into yet, but
that's what I was going to say real quick, is before we go on, I just want to say that's what I've taken when I've looked into Ted Kaczynski a lot, is you get to the realization it's definitely not the guy they show you, you know what I mean, that wrote that book. I mean, maybe he did, but it's like a character. But then it seems to me that you can email him in prison and everything like that, and it seems to me to be a way that they keep tabs on these types of people. And like the the book that he wrote or the manifesto or whatever, like you said, they want to give you the answer, because at the same time they're going to build this control grid around you. They probably do feel like they have to give you the answer to try to control the opposition. That's what I got from Kaczynski. Even before you talked about that card, that's all I wanted to say. Now we're on to what? Quantum computing.
Quantum computing
Now
and
here
AI.
comes the bots. We got bots coming on every time we say the word quantum. It's a different quantum, I promise.
The star. So this one's another one that's pretty interesting, especially if you were to go into each one of these individual tangents coming off of it, right? So we got DARPA, Stuart Wolf. I don't know anything about who that is. Subatomic particles in two places, quantum positioning, dream sharing, mental prosthetics. I don't know what that is. Mind reading, entanglement. Shout out to Will Smith. Ultrasonic headbands. I have no idea what that one is. Subatomic structure circuitry, it's like nanotech, and then obvious the ubiquitous IBM. And then at the top, crypt analyst. It's one I meant to look into, and I haven't looked. I don't know what spintronics is. Obviously, we know qubits is how they're rating this computer power and this quantum computing. You know, I'm not convinced that quantum computing personally myself, but I think it's interesting, super interesting that this is the star card, and the star card in the traditional deck is Aquarius, right? So are we entering? Is the age of Aquarius going to be the age of artificial intelligence?
Probably, right? Or even if it's not, if they can get you to believe it, and then they bring out a quantum computer overlord and say this thing can give you any answer, it's going to save society. You got to do what this quantum computer says, or you'll be extinct.
I mean, I'm totally not convinced of quantum computing. I mean, what they show you is obviously ridiculous. They show you some fucking chandelier that some crackhead glued some fucking parts out of a scrap bin into. That's some hanging chandelier, and somehow this is a quantum computing that's diving into unknown realms to come up with these calculations. And it literally just looks like some fucking shit, some dopehead hot glued stuff to a damn chandelier. There's no way it's an actual quantum computing. If you look into IBM Q, is one of the big ones. Yeah, they're ridiculous when you look at you look at the actual image of it. It's obviously a hoax. What they're showing us, whether there is something that is able to achieve quantum computing, I don't know. It still seems pretty out there that would be an ability. Even the way that they explain that it works doesn't make any sense, and that's the official explanation, is it doesn't make sense, but it works. But I don't know. Artificial intelligence is one of those things that I think is a misnomer. I don't think we're anywhere near anything that we could deem as artificial intelligence. But like the start of this deck, the Macy's conference, the people involved with that was their main thing, is to be able to create a computer that would be able to mimic human intelligence. But I think from the get-go, I think we see that it's misguided, because they're being able to try to reduce the human consciousness to a series of ones and zeros, ons and offs, which is still the same way that computers work. But supposedly quantum computer is this quantum shift where it's no longer dealing with ons and offs, that it's calculating in this different realm, and nobody knows really how it works, but somehow it works, and they're not really telling us what it actually can compute or what it can actually do. The whole thing just seems like a scam to me at this point. But perhaps they probably did think that it was going to be a possibility, but from what I see, what they show us, it looks like an obvious bullshit. But what do I know? I don't know anything about it.
Well, you said airplane jet fuel hoax was bullshit too, so nobody trusts you anymore.
I made sure to lose all my credibility at the beginning of the stream. So, the star, quantum computing there.
The Age of Aquarius. Let's go to the next one. What's the next one?
The next one is the moon. Transhumanism.
The moon. Got all kinds of
this one's hard. I don't know how necessarily to break this one down, but I mean we
bioethics, infoethics, nanoethics, neuroethics. What's this one say? Roboethics, technoethics, all kinds of stuff. And then like wheels within wheels, like gears almost, with all these different. Kind of zoom in so you guys can, if you're on the phone, I'll zoom in so you can kind of read what these layers say here.
Look, we got 2 Fermi labs there on the Rider-Waite deck.
Is there? Let me look. Oh yeah, one on each side, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I guess this is a bunch of transhumanism stuff. This is stuff
Raelianism. Raelians, no, that's the people that said they made Dolly the clone, the Raelians.
Yes, yeah.
The Raelians is in one of these. Techno-Gaianism. So, like, worship of the earth.
And they do techno.
Viking techno.
Techno
Viking, I mean.
See, it's all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean there's so much in just that one card. I mean, I know general precepts of transhumanism, all that stuff, about a lot of those. Geez, you could break down each one of those topics, and there's a lot. This is the kind of stuff that back when what's his name? Days of Noah used to be good on it. This is the shit that he used to talk about all the time, and now he just devolved into blue and yellow programming and stuff like that. But
part of that I think is just because people are so dumb.
Yeah.
Especially as you get more and more subscribers, like the average person's so dumb. But yeah, he used to go on all kinds of stuff, and I've been watching him for a while, and it seems like the last, I don't know, 6 months maybe or more, I don't know, but it's all like Klaus Schwab, Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is cool, but damn, okay, what are you gonna do about it?
So there's no towers in this card, as we're in the normal tarot deck it would have towers. So I mean, I guess that seems unusual to me. I don't necessarily know what that would be alluding to, but I mean, I guess you definitely see a progression in going downwards, right? Like it seems like at the bottom you got cryonics, mind uploading, cloning, which would seem kind of where we're gonna see the next like real push. But I don't think we're anywhere near those kind of technologies. I don't even think they're remotely possible.
So
uploading.
Do you think these go from the top to the bottom, like linear? Or is it like from the bottom to the top? It's got to be post-human. I don't know what some of this stuff is. Extroplanism? What is that?
I don't know. I don't know what that is. I never heard that one.
Basically, they want to control you because they're evil. They want to tell you about it in the movie. The end.
Well, but at the same time, like transhumanism is about, about becoming badass, right?
Becoming a transhuman. Yeah,
Yeah,
you will become a Marvel movie, basically.
Superhuman, right?
Yeah.
You've transitioned out of your weak human abilities and you've integrated with this new technology, and you can overcome all these things, and eventually you can, Elon Musk is going to have mind uploading technology, and you can go to Mars, and so just more part of the same idea. Obviously, it goes into all the different little subgenres, and a lot of this stuff would be things that talked about here would be a lot of what the influencers and the cards that I left out for tonight would be the individual personal influencers in these ideas. And it's funny when you look through it, most of these people are like psychedelic promoters. So psychedelics ties in with a lot of this, and then the counterculture, obviously, and then you have the counter to the counterculture, and so there's definitely changes in technology and in society and politics and all this stuff that is being, brewed up in that cauldron there at Fermilab and being made into bat soup, and everybody's drinking it.
Now, Legend wants to know, where's the fuck robots? That's what he wants to know.
They're still unaffordable.
They're coming, though.
Yeah, Nasera Jacera, baby.
They're going to reset your debt and give you a fuck robot.
Fuck robot for everybody.
You just sit home with your fuck robot and a fucking Uber Eats bring your food to your door. You won't be able to even stand up and get it.
Or the drone. Dude, have you seen the Walmart drone?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that you posted that.
Are they serious about they really going to be dropping fucking packages in people's backyard? Come on.
We'll see.
And that lady got soda pop delivered.
Yeah. Dude, I was talking about this before, how the infant formula is like shortage right now.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for it again. You can't find it anywhere. And I went on eBay, dude. These motherfuckers have like 3 of the big tubs of like Similac for it's like $300 or something. So if you guys want a good come up, go find some Similac Pro Advanced. Put that on eBay if you can find it. I'm like, damn, if there's one time the government should ever step into anything, it's scalping baby food. Sorry to sound like a statist, but damn. That's pretty bad. People are just buying out like Amazon or whatever and putting it on eBay.
All right, I need a short intermission again. I gotta pee again.
Oh, man.
So next card is the Sun. I believe that's...
All right, I'll pull it up while you're taking your leak and go through it.
The Sun, and then we got one more major arcana after that.
Okay, let's see what this one is here. EBT. We'll be right back. So you got this one, and I'm going to pull up the Rider-Waite one again. Oops, sorry, I'm knocking my mic over. Okay, so on this one you got here, anarcho-primitivism on the left, and on the right you have post-left anarchism. In the middle, an end to industrial civilization, founded 1965-1975, Fifth Estate magazine. What the hell is that? Let's look that up. Yeah, EBT's always wasted, Moody Bug. Come on. You're not new here. You know this. What is Fifth Estate magazine? It says U.S. periodical based in Detroit. And what is it about, though? Come on. Anarchist fiction. Oh, is it like some anarchist? Divergent views. Blah, blah, blah. Shares an anarchist, anti-authoritarian outlook and a non-dogmatic, action-oriented approach to change. Well, that's probably why you never heard of it. They don't want to promote any of that stuff out there. Any kind of real change. As long as you're just talking about the problems and everything, they'll promote you. But if you want to talk about the actions that you should take to change it, it will never be pushed out there. What else does it have on this? So basically, it's like a tent or something. Sun and Moon under the tent, Fifth Estate magazine under that, and then there's like a hollow earth or something, some underground cave type thing. It says destruction of technology, eradication of all forms of domination. To me, that reads as guns. No institutions of hierarchy and control, informal, affinity-based association, rewilding. I gotta read that again. I don't even understand what that means. Informal, affinity-based associations. Okay, that's one thing, and then I think rewilding is a different thing, maybe. Abolition of the producer consumer based society, geographical, social, cultural, imaginal, autonomous zones. The complete disillusion of abstract power, the values and goals of those who produce and control technology are always embedded within it. And then you have like a small tree planted and blooming inside of this like cave or whatever it is. Interesting. And this is the sun card. Where's the other sun card? I think I had it here. I don't know enough about tarot to say what the sun... My wife knows the tarot. I don't know it. But it is like, look at things are like blooming, you get a baby, the incoming of like of the new life, and here it's like the incoming and building of a new society. Again, all based on like the writings attributed to Ted Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber. These are a lot of the same ideas here.
And yeah, the card would represent like a new aeon.
Yeah.
But what's weird is this is like against the other cards, right?
Yeah, pretty much, right?
So
what you eating?
some I don't even know, some kind of meat the wife made. I don't know how to
Some
eat
meat.
it.
Some meat. Stuffing that meat in your mouth.
At 2 a.m. 420 snack pack attack.
Never whack.
Never whack.
Black.
Never slack. Yickety yak. Don't talk back. All right. So did you cover the sun card?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know enough about like the sun tarot. Just to me, you know, with the baby and the blooming sunflowers.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like you said, you know, new aeon.
Yeah. Glory, riches, satisfaction.
What's going on in this sun card on the Hexen deck though? Because it's kind of like there's like a sun and moon underneath that tent. I don't get what that's supposed to mean. if it is even supposed to mean anything. And then I covered what that Fifth Estate magazine was. I'd never heard of that.
I don't know what that. I didn't. Yeah,
It
what
just
was that?
sounds like, it sounds like a magazine on kind of like Ted Kaczynski's type writings. Like, it didn't say him specifically, but it seemed like that kind of what it's exactly talking about here. How you're gonna solutions to change society, anti-authoritarian and anarchist, non-dogmatic, action-oriented approach to change.
Yeah, that would sound like kind of a. Because Alexander Dugin from Russia would kind of be. His concept is the fourth estate or the fourth political system. And it seems like that fifth system would be in opposition to the fourth system of Dugin that Dugin proposes, which would be a post-liberal, post-fascist, post-communist system. So what we're
Tartaria, basically.
or what we're moving into now. So yeah.
All right,
A new thing that we don't have a word for yet. So last one in the major arcana that I chose was the world.
The world. Oh, it just says WW1, WW2, WWW. Ooh, you see what they did there?
Info war.
Let me
Boom.
pull up the world.
World.
Wider weight.
That was the hardest word for me to say as a kid, was world.
So they're saying basically, which I guess I haven't given it much thought, but it kind of, to me, World War III started with 9/11, but with this card saying World War III would be the implementation of the internet, which kind of goes hand in hand with the 9/11. Not that there was one date the internet started or anything, but
Kind of feels like it though, doesn't it? Not. I mean, shit.
yeah, it's like that time period, late 90s. It's kind of when the internet came into everyone's home and got popularly accepted.
Yeah, I remember.
I remember downloading that Playboy picture just one line at a time.
Carmen Electra,
Carmen Electra. Oh my god. I remember all those old ones.
Talking to your friends on AIM and
Araya Giovanni. Who remembers that? Yeah, AIM. Yeah, they just pretty much got you hooked, man. It's like a drug. You can never go back. You could never go. I mean, you could, obviously, but could you imagine now living without the internet, the way it's just so easy to look up a recipe, look up a phone number, anything, everything, right there in the palm of your hand within moments.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely remember the feeling of it not being so ingrained, though, from back then.
Yeah, like when you had to log on when it was dial-up.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess with the integration of the smartphone is when it became like all day, every day. But it was like, there was like separate internet time before.
Mm-hmm.
When your mom left. Time to jump on that LimeWire and give your computer AIDS.
Yeah, and we're all gonna go to a FEMA camp soon for all the shit that we got off Napster from 2001 at some point.
They could. There
FBI.
will be a Metallica concert there at the FEMA camp at the Walmart.
You have to pay to see it, though.
It's interesting that world card on the Hexen deck, though, there's really nothing to it. It's just black and white. There's really no art or anything. And then compared to the world, red or white.
Yeah, it's an intriguing one. It's simple, but it's profound at the same time.
And they are bringing that. Yeah, the World War III. That could be it. Just the internet. And like I said, I just literally said it, like I couldn't even imagine living without it. And that's how they build the cage around you.
Well, I mean, if they really wanted to lead everything into chaos at this point, if they just turn the internet off, then
yeah, It would be bad.
It would be bad.
There's an entire generation of kids now that have never not been on
Right.
the internet.
Everything runs on the internet. I mean, it's hard to get past it.
Like Gen X, I think would be able to make it because we grew up without it. But anyone after Gen X, I think they're toast. I mean, yeah, obviously not 100%, but
I just think it would be such a. I mean, it would just bring everything to its knees if the internet just all of a sudden didn't exist anymore. It would take some time for it to get back off the ropes.
people wouldn't have no idea what to do. And then you'd be forced to just get your information for the TV too. It'd be a lot easier for them to control the narrative.
Oh yeah, because when it would come back, it would be like, there'd be like one channel, one internet channel.
in your own country, also
Trump.
like an intranet.
All we're gonna have is Trump TV and freevoice.io.
That's it, man. Elon's gonna buy Free Voice. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Hostile takeover. Here comes Here comes the porn bots now. Watch out, chat. If you just got here, every time we talked about a certain individual, the chat got flooded with like porn bots spamming porn links or something.
We still got 100 plus watching this.
Man, that's pretty good for how long we've been going. How long have we been going? I don't even know.
I don't even know.
It's pretty good.
We're just trying to make it to 4 hours and 20.
Are we even close yet? I think we started around 11:30ish. So 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30ish would be like 4 hours. Man, so you got like a whole another hour. Where's the callers, man? Look at this shit, man. Exactly what I said. You talk about that channel. Talk about a certain channel. Jared Board said it's QOC and Mothman teaming up. That's funny. I've never been hit with these bots before like this.
Yeah, literally never.
Does this happen in other like channel? I've never even. I don't really watch that many live streams though.
No, it happens in other channels, but it's never happened in yours.
Never, and it's like on cue too.
Yeah.
That's funny, dude.
Weird.
That's not weird. We know what it is.
So what's up with the chat? What's going on with everybody?
Everybody's smoking. 420.
420.
Was that your last slide there?
That was the last of the major arcana. There's more of the minor. There's quite a few. There's quite a few more.
Just kind of click through them. I won't bring up the Rider Waite ones or anything. Just want to kind of peek at them. Seven of Chalices, Utopia.
Utopia. So we got gender utopia, economic utopia, religious utopia, ecological utopia, communist utopia, capitalist utopia, technocratic utopia. Sarah, baby, we're on our way.
Nightmare Utopia.
Nightmare Utopia.
Shout out to
Benton.
Fedton.
He's in bed by now.
So what's up with Benton and Jessica Jane? Let's go there, man.
What's going on there? She's watching the old videos lately.
Oh, really?
Commenting.
The ones that Benton is on? Or just any of them?
Just any of them, I guess. Okay.
I just thought it was funny on the D Live, you guys. If you don't follow the D Live, you're missing out. We asked Ben jokingly about a certain member of the chat, and he went silent, man. He wasn't even that silent when he was stoned.
Yeah, he went full couch potato.
Yeah. Faith is Me said, I want your opinion on the Snow Lab device under Great Lake in Canada. It is in line with the Mississippi River, exactly like that Edgar Casey map. What is it? It's
That's it.
Snow
I
Lab.
don't know anything about. I never heard of that one. That's a new one to me. So cool.
And then they asked if we ever watched Static in the Attic. I've seen it a couple times. I think I left like a troll comment on there once, and he kind of left like a little snarky reply, and then I think I just never went back.
Yeah, I know I've watched him before. I don't remember any of his content specifically.
The one I like, dude, is do you still subscribe to that Josh Stone or whatever? Just the guy with just the wild ass I don't even watch the videos. He just has like the wildest titles for like the videos.
I don't know. I don't know if I remember who that is.
Let me see if I can just pull him up real quick. It's like, I swear I don't even watch any of the title or any of the videos. I think he has hilarious like titles. I think his name's like Josh Stone. Is this him? Let's see. Maybe it's not. Channel. Yeah, this is him. Craters on flat Earth are fountains of the great deep. That's nothing compared to some of them. Let's see. Let me go back a little bit. Dinosaurs are a hoax. That's pretty standard. Oh, he must be slipping, man. Yeah, after I hyped him up, man, he's got some regular. Before he had some crazy stuff.
The hell, man.
See, I can't leave the chat now. Damn it, I knew it. The instant I went away, I knew this effer was here. I knew it. I could feel it. Well, I guess I can't go anywhere. So go through the slides, because I can't surf.
I've never had to mod before, actually.
That's when you know it's a good stream, is when they send the bots.
Okay, so next one I had up was Ace of Pentacles, NBIC, which is the Nanotechnology, Biotechnology, Infotechnology, Cognitive Science Initiative from Bill Nye the Science Guys, NSF, National Science Foundation. If the cognitive science can think it up, nano can think it, the nano people can build it, the bio people can implement it, and the IT people can monitor and control it. U.S. National Science Foundation, U.S. Department of Commerce, an entire program for acting upon nature and mankind. New self-organization systems, technologies of control, out of control technologies. So, controllable nanotechnology, biotechnology, infotech. So that's where we're at right now. We're at Black Goo.
The Black Goo.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the chat. Wait, real quick. I got it. Can you guys see my Santa in the background there? Hold on. Santa says hi. All right, go ahead.
Just intelligent machine systems that can generate here to unimaginable economic wealth, food, clothing, shelter, education, medical care, clean environment, financial security for all human beings. So we're gonna be begging. We're gonna be begging for this shit.
But they make it bad enough, where you can't get food or anything. They could roll out anything.
So this, I had this on another slide, and I don't know how to pull it up right now. But yeah, if you Google this, there's this report that you can read through, and I started reading through it a couple months ago. But it's the 2002 report. It's called "Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance" from 2002. So if you just search that, you'll pull up. There's a PDF, and you can read the PDF from the National Science Foundation about the use of nanobiotechnology. So it's one of those rabbit holes.
I got it up, but it's just a boring PDF.
Obama White House archives.gov.
What's the deal with Obama now? He wants like the new Joe Rogan Spotify deal.
I haven't heard about that.
Oh, I guess they're already on Spotify, but they're gonna leave Spotify and seek a better deal. They want like the biggest deal for. I guess they have like a podcast or something. I've never heard of it. Obama and his wife.
I knew she had some. I knew she was doing some kind of thing or something, but I didn't know he was involved with it.
Shout out to Barack Obama if you want to come on the show.
Yeah, they've been building his new library down there. Like I said, on the south side, they broke ground for it and everything, and they're in progress. They got billboards of Michael all over the place down there. Yeah, the billboard says from the south side to the White House and back again. Kind of feels like it's alluding to that they're going to be back in power soon.
Oh, they'll be back. I think. I could be totally wrong. That's like Jesus to the libs, Obama.
Mm-hmm.
They love him. Who else do they have? The libs, like, if there was like a lib warlord, who would it be? Not there isn't one. There's Obama. There's AOC.
AOC, yeah.
What? You got another one?
Next one was
You're on gray again.
how about now?
No, I can see it.
Okay, Two of Pentacles, the inner cloud.
Global
the
data.
Global data. So you see all our intelligence agencies all feeding into, including Google, all feeding into the super cloud.
Yeah, and how dumb do you, probably not you guys in here now, but hopefully you're watching it later. How dumb do you truthers feel that trusted DuckDuckGo for all that time? They were like, you use Google, bro? You gotta use DuckDuckGo, man. And now they're finally coming to realize.
Yeah, they admitted it. And it was pretty obvious that
Yeah, come on. Yeah. So, hey, but now let's tie this in. You can keep kind of scrolling through these if you want, but I want to kind of tie this into what we were talking about earlier. It was like how this internet was used to, just bring out all these crazy random theories, rabbit holes, endless breadcrumbs and everything for people to chase.
Mm-hmm.
Was that just basically kind of the whole point of it, to install a whole new... Is part of it, do you think, like to have it how it was so Wild West, and I guess you could still say it kind of is, even though we don't think it is, and just have so much crazy stuff on there that they got to bring out the next iteration of the internet where it'll be a lot more centralized control?
What I feel like it is, and I've said for a long time, is it's a test, right? That most of the reason for all this is that it's just for data collection. So it's judging reactions, and it needs to create as much emotional content as it possibly can to try to gather as much reaction data that it possibly can. And that goes back to the beginning with the Macy's conference and the fellas that were involved in the early on creation of digital storage computing that, like I said, they wanted to be able to convince a regular human that a computer was a human, through interaction. So the best way to be able to make a learning machine is to give it as much information as it possibly can. It's like Johnny number 5, right? It needs input.
Right.
Input.
Number 5.
So I mean, that's pretty much where if this one, 3 of Pentacles, electronic social engineering. I mean, that one says that one says a lot of it right there. So we got
Social media monitoring.
Yeah, Facebook, Qzone. I'd never even heard of that one. Twitter, Habu, Windows, Beboo, Tagged, Orkut, Gaia, Flickr, My Life, Netlog, LinkedIn, Friendster, MySpace, social media monitoring, cybernetic systems of intelligence gathering, feedback, and behavior control. So if that's what they're doing is building these sentient AI systems, the only way to be able to teach these systems is by gathering as much possible data as they could for all kind of social interactions, because they're trying to figure out how the human brain works.
And you've been feeding this thing for 20 years at least. All kinds of, it knows all that nasty stuff you looked at.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, see, and the bottom, CIA, In-Q-Tel. In-Q-Tel is like one of the big giant CIA corporations that basically runs all this stuff.
You're gray again.
What the fuck?
There we go. Now it's back. I don't know what you did.
Gray state.
That guy was from Minnesota.
Buzzy?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, this one has all kinds of shit in it. 5 of Pentacles, internet government.
And how does this relate then to what we were talking about earlier too, with like the OOE effect? It's just a data collection and then just a real time gaslighting or something like that.
It definitely could be. I mean,
feels like it.
That's essentially what they're trying to engineer.
Like even that Alex Jones video that I put, you were there in D Live when I just randomly found that live, and then I showed it again on the YouTube and they just take it down like in real time.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's just like gang stalker, like a real time gang stalker.
Right. So, and then like with the internet governance, right? So the big thing is what's called ICANN, which is the governing body of the internet, right? Controlled by the Department of Commerce here. Hold on. I had a slide for this specific. Let's see. Where did it go?
50 Shades of Grey, bro.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know why it's doing that.
I'll show you guys while he's trying to figure out his boomer tech issues. I had a different cover I was starting on. This wasn't it either. Hold on. I had an alt cover before. I said, man, I want to make the Fight Club. Was I just thought it would be funny to make that. This was the cover I was. Maybe I can still switch it on the. Where's the Hexen one? What the heck? There we go. Which cover do you guys like better? This one here. I got basically what this was supposed to be was like the internet's like. I gotta close all these things now so you can see it. It's just kind of hard to see. I think what was going on. There's just too much stuff going on. It's got the tarot cards there, and it's got oh, I know what happened is where I messed up. I accidentally merged these layers, but this was supposed to be like a wave, like the internet almost coming out. But then I accidentally merged it with this layer somewhere, and didn't realize it till way later. I could have done more with it. But anyway, did you figure out your boomer tech issues?
No, not really, but I can find what I was going to say. So the internet governance.
There it is.
Internet
I can see
governance.
it.
Yeah, so the yeah. So there's an organization called ICANN that essentially is like responsible for uh, uh, all the infrastructure within the internet or whatever. Like with protocol numbers and domain names and all that stuff is all controlled by this organization called ICANN, ICANN, the International Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers.
Yeah, that's who you register your domains with.
Yes. Yeah, and their motto is one world, one internet. That's their logo. That's their logo right there.
You're gray. You're gray. Boom.
That's the logo. Their logo right there. So these are some other iterations of the same group. Obviously, all these major corporations all work together with the Cloud Security Agency. We have the Internet Engineering Steering Group, the Internet Society, the Internet Engineering Task Force, the Internet Research Task Force, and then there's all these other. These are like endless groups that all tie in with all this, so you can see how all this is all constructed from the top down, tip to butt. I mean, it's given to us on purpose. None of these,
And they
Anyway.
don't care what like information you're sharing on here either, right?
And
I don't
look
think so.
right. No, they don't. Right there in the middle, root servers controlled, decentralized open DNS. So basically, there's one major corporation that controls all these domains. So it doesn't matter
Tinfoil
if
just
you're
came back and
technical.
said, "Holy shit, we're still going." He was here when we started and has just been gone for. Probably went to sleep.
Getting up for work right now.
Yeah, probably.
420 stream, bro. This is how the
Bro.
last one. This is how the last one went.
That's right.
Okay.
bro.
Next.
7 of Pentacles.
7 of Pentacles. The whole Earth catalog. Okay, this one's kind of crazy, but so all these different organizations, basically this is really like the primitive World Wide Web, right? So
Hey,
as a way for
I'm gonna piss real quick. So hold
Yeah,
it
go
down
ahead.
for a minute. Ancient Waves, while you're here, just make sure no spam bot comes. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've been fighting off the porn bots all night long, coming after us hard, dropping all these truth bombs out here, spreading the truth. Make sure you drop them super chats. Go ahead and go to chalk.com. Get yourself some of that shit. Use promo code BOOMER50. Promo code BOOMER50, chalk.com. Where are we at? 7 of Pentacles, whole Earth catalog. So this is an early on inception of the World Wide Web. Stuart Brand, he's another one of these characters that's tied into all these technocratic, cybernetic, psychedelic, fucking bullshit, MK Ultra shit. Anyways, just an iteration of the original internet. We can move on. Next is the Queen of Pentacles, which is electronic surveillance. Okay. Web 2.0 is a major theme through all these decks, as you can see. This one's pretty complicated, but it's basically talking about data mining, building social networks in order to monitor, maintain, and influence these social networks. Controlled and regulate censored material in real time. Cloud surveillance of data going to cloud. Setting up a biometric database. We can see now with like our phones, most new phones have gone to a biometric unlock for the screen lock, stuff like that. So, but the caption at the bottom is interesting because it says, in quotes, "going dark." Going dark is the FBI's code name for its multi-million-dollar project to extend its ability to wiretap communications as they happen. The project dates from 2006 and has been used. Oh, can't even read what that word is. From the Rand Corporation. So any old school conspiracy theorists know the Rand Corporation well, and Booz Allen Hamilton to find solutions. So extend the ability to wiretap communications as they happen. This is what happens at Davy Crocco, like every stream. Every stream, they use this electronic surveillance. They tap in, they hear what he's saying, they shut him down.
It's happening here tonight every time we say the word of the day. Michael Victor, here he comes. Get ready, Tin.
Yeah, get them porn bots.
You just say Quantum or Michael Victor, and they're swarming.
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 Chuawan's Cloudo. The Committee for the Liquidation or Subversion of Computers. So this is one of those opposite cards in the deck, right? So this is a group that's against technology. So it's like kind of your Timothy McVeigh, kind of Luddite kind of things, I guess. And I don't know much about this one. It's one I haven't looked much into, but see this quote here is, "We are workers in the field of data processing." I guess it's kind of like an early on Anonymous, right? So we are workers in the field of data processing and consequently well placed to know the current and future dangers of data processing and telecommunications. The computer is the favorite tool of the dominant. It is used to exploit, to put on file, to control, and to repress. And so I guess there were several incidences, I think, of maybe even terroristic attacks taken out by them. That's one that I definitely want to look more into. I don't know much about them, but that seems rather interesting.
Now, what do you know about the book that comes with this thing too? Is it just expand on these topics?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she has it posted or available, or if it's something you would have had to buy. I don't know. I haven't looked for it.
It's $500 on eBay.
Jesus.
The deck itself is also $500. We got to do a crowdfunding.
Yeah, send them super chats. Let's get this deck in hand.
I'll start like a GoFundMe. We got to get $1,000.
There you go. And like I said, I mean, we're only doing a selection of the cards, so there's a whole bunch more in this deck, and obviously there's a whole bunch more research that we could have done or will do, or possibly we'll say that we will do. But anyway, so 10 of Wands.
ENIAC.
Host?
ENIAC.
ENIAC, there you go. Anybody that's watched Susquehanna Alchemy probably knows about the ENIAC supercomputer.
Shout out Susquehanna.
That was built out there in Philadelphia, which is considered to be one of the first computers. ENIAC, like Enoch. So these are the post-World War II early computers. ENIAC, UNIVAC, EDVAC. These were these giant, like, room-size, building-size computers and stuff. So these were some of the early on ones. Rand Corporation's involved with them. IBM, obviously. And then some of these other pivotal figures. John von Neumann's one of the big ones. And we also have in Russia, there's a big movement on computers as well. The Soviet tertiary computers. So yeah, this is the evolution of computers after WW2 on the Ten of Wands card. See if there's anything
Good one.
that's interesting there to connect real quick. Shout out to the chat. What's going on, y'all? Send them super chats. we trying to get a $500 tarot deck.
And then instead of 4 hours, we can do like 8 hours.
8 hours. We could do this. We'd do this all day if y'all want to pay for us to do this all day.
Alex Jones, you gotta call us.
Listen, I'm done going to work. I'd rather just bullshit on the internet and get paid for it.
There's people a lot worse that do it and make a lot more money than you do going to work.
I know, for real.
Some of these people suck, dude, and they make a livelihood out of it. It's nuts, dude.
That's what I'm saying. I could get good at this, maybe.
Yeah, dude, I just got somehow these people have like deals though, like we were talking about earlier, Tartaria. There's like some network or something behind these people, and they approach you.
Undoubtedly,
Absolutely.
undoubtedly, man. It's so hard to grow a channel. I don't even understand. It's hard, man.
And whenever they want, they can just control the algorithm, or they do control the algorithm. They can just
exactly.
You could
That's
never ever break out.
Queen of Pentacles just said that right there. Real-time surveillance. Shut it down. They got the Goyam No radios. They shut you down.
Whatever happened to the Goyam No Carrie?
She's back. She's back on IG.
You'll have to send me that. I'm like 5 accounts behind on her. You got to send me whatever her new one is.
Well, I was blocked for a long time, but
or send her. Tell her to follow me or something.
She did a drunk live chat, and
she's funny.
She did a mass banning of just everybody for no reason.
She's a train wreck, but in a good way.
It happens, man.
Yeah.
All right. I gotta get some medicine. You want to take Benton's card here?
Benton's what?
Am I gray?
No, you're good.
Knight of Wands. Go ahead.
I can't read it when you're on your thing, but I can pull it up.
Pull it up.
I'll pull it up. Knight of what? Wands.
Knight of Wands. Unabomber Manifesto.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm interested in then.
Okay, go ahead on that.
Knight of Wands, Hexen 2.0. Now I think whoever wrote that, obviously it's very smart. You never know where they got that manuscript from, though. Let me see if I can find this Hexen. Knight of Wands right here. Here it is. Unabomber Manifesto. I'm too good, Bob.
Mods. Where's the mods?
I'm too good, man. You can't mess with me, dude. I can read and mod at the same time. Come on.
It's like the first time we've needed mods. This is pretty cool. Like big time.
Yeah, we're big timers now. Unabomber Manifesto, Theodore Kaczynski. It was called Industrial Society and Its Future. I think this is straight from his book here. It says the psychology of modern leftism. Now remember, this is written in like the 80s. The psychology of modern leftism. Feelings of inferiority over socialization, the power, process, surrogate activities, autonomy, source of social problems, disruption of the power process in modern society. So these are just like bullet points or something. How some people adjust the motives, or maybe this is like the table of contents. The motives of scientists, the nature of freedom, some principles of history. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. Restriction of freedom is unavoidable in industrial society. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. Is that the right word? Intractable. Revolution is easier than reform. Control of human behavior. Human race at a crossroads. Human suffering, the future strategy. Two kind of technology. The dangers of leftism. So whoever wrote the Unabomber Manifesto knew where this was going, or it's given to you by the more than likely it's given to you by the system itself, because the system is the one that knows where everything's going. And so like we talked about or you saw throughout this whole deck, it's basically about the balance between positive and negative feedback and everything like that. You see that play out in the life today when they say you got to offset your carbon footprint and everything like that. Not that that's real. It's a concept that they plant in there, and they want you you even see it when you go to like sites like Etsy. It says this site is completely carbon neutral. They're able to buy like the carbon credits, like the modern day. You used to go to the Pope or whatever, or not the Pope, but the church, and pay for your sins. It's the same thing with the modern day carbon credits. And so they knew where society was going, and then they gave you the solution and told you,
Hey, hold up. Selling indulgences is a myth.
it's not a myth. I didn't call. Oh, wait. Did he? I think he's talking about Ted Kaczynski in the chat here. I think just the TV called him the Unabomber. And what was I going to say? Got thrown off. Yeah, it's all about the balance and whatever, the offsetting. And so they had to give you this manuscript early on in the takeover, in the technological takeover, to control the future dissidents. And they knew who was like looking into this even way back then. Law of equivalent exchange, Pentagon says, perfect way to say it. If you want to gain, you must lose.
So, and I think Kaczynski comes up at least 3 times in this deck. Kaczynski is also the Hermit card.
He's the Hermit. And the other important thing from that book is there will be no, revolution that's not beneficial for the system. So they'll give you like a fake revolution just to install the next iteration of their control structure.
Right. I think that's pretty insightful how that ties in why Kaczynski is prominent in this deck of this technological progress. And we got the checkerboard floor.
Oh, that's how you know.
See, we don't have to know what this means. We just gotta recognize it and then use it.
Move on.
All right, Ace of Swords.
Now,
Cyber
this is
War.
the cover of the deck right here. Cyber War. Info War. Shout out Alex Jones. Net War.
And look at that. It's got the
same. There was another card that had that same kind of thing before, where there was that tent on top of it with like the Hollow Earth looking thing, or like a cave or something inside of it. But now it's like an island.
That's alluding to something, and I can't pinpoint it right now. But yeah, it's got that Orthodox bishop mitre on the top of it there though too.
Yep.
See, this is what's happening to us now with the porn bots, right? We got encrypted communications, swarming, malware, info leaking, terrorist networks, anonymous networks, criminal networks, networked revolutionaries, civil society activist, hacktivist, society of spying, industrial systems, transport, nuclear, financial, power, food supply, government cyber commands. Yeah, I mean, I think this is, and if we go back to the Sun card, right? World War III is the internet war.
Yeah.
Is the cyber? That's the next. That's the next battlefield. Is the cyber war?
The war on
That's
your
the
mind.
That's the kill switch for everything. And it's obviously all controlled from the top to the bottom.
I'm ready.
Dick to butt. Dick to butt, they got us. Right? And Legend's right there pegging us the whole way.
Legend, the AI.
All right. Three of Swords. Everybody knows this one, right? MK Ultra.
Yeah. Behavior control. Drugs, maybe. Drugs, or what does it say? Military. Unwitting participants. Drugs.
Testing of drugs on LSD. Yeah. So Eli Lilly, company from Indianapolis, we talked about in that King at the Crossroads stream quite a bit. Eli Lilly was the company that was responsible for these experiments during the CIA's MK Ultra experiments. And it's actually Eli Lilly was the company that ended up producing all the LSD for the CIA in the use of the MK Ultra project. So originally, like LSD was created like in the lab in Switzerland. It was like one-off kind of deal, and the CIA bought like this whole guy's stash, and then CIA went to Eli Lilly and had them synthesize the drug, and they were the ones that produced it. So Eli Lilly, like we said, obviously was responsible for the polio jab. They made the second boner pill, Cialis. They were the ones that make the first ones to synthesize insulin. They make a synthetic adrenochrome. Regeneron right now, and then they also are competing with Pfizer for the new alopecia medicine. So
brought to you by the Grammys, or what was it, the Oscars, or whatever the hell it was.
The Oscars or whatever. But this all directly ties in. So as all these cybernetic and kind of technocratic transhumanist think tanks are going on, these things are all also being heavily influenced by the psychedelic movement, right? So we got like Leary and all these type of other people that go with them, Sagan and Carl Jung, all these people in the psychology movement, and then all these pushing of this drug counterculture, which was all perpetrated by the CIA initially, because a lot of these guys early on that we were talking about, like Wiener, back to Wiener from the Macy's conferences, there's this idea that these psychedelics can create this kind of pivotal change in humankind to be able to kind of restart the system of the cybernetic and re-engage into homeostasis of the environment. So the pushing of this psychedelic narrative goes hand in hand with this push for transhumanism, neo-Gnosticism, the New Age, theosophy, all these kind of stuff. It's all tied in as kind of one grand narrative moving towards this nightmare utopia.
And also in the official fiction, Theodore Kaczynski was involved in MK Ultra.
Yeah. Yeah, because Kaczynski was from Indiana, right? Originally, I think he was from Terre Haute, if I remember correctly. But it's crazy because you look at it. There's so many of these like figures came out of Indiana. Because Indiana was really this MK Ultra hub because between between Eli Lilly and Indianapolis, and then you had Purdue University in Lafayette, north of Indianapolis. And if you go back on the cards earlier on, we had in ARPANET, when we talked about ARPANET, one of the early internet systems, Purdue is one of the main universities that's tied into that system, the ARPANET. And then Purdue becomes a big MK Ultra research university, as does in southern Indiana the IU, Indiana University, becomes a major MK Ultra institute. It's where they established their institute to study sexual behaviors in IU. Eli Lilly's making the drugs to fuel the counterculture movement. And then Purdue is involved in some really crazy stuff because at Purdue University is where the sentient world simulation computer actually is. So a lot of what we're talking about here eventually ties into that. Then that's eventually was their ultimate goal of creating from this Macy's conferences that started the deck, was to be able to create the sentient world simulation there in Indiana. But then you have all these figures from Indiana that are being brewed up, like Jim Jones and Manson. I think Manson had a stint where he stayed in Indiana or whatever, and that's when he got crazy. And all these people came from Indiana, and you could tell where all these research labs for MK Ultra also were, which I think is part of what that show Stranger Things is talking about. And actually, in 2020, I did a show with Ray and KB. Shout out to Ray and KB on Event Horizons on the Wake Up Radio. And I just talked to Cindy earlier today. I'm gonna re-upload that, and I'm gonna put some images to it and stuff. But it was a super cool talk about what I'm talking about right now, about how a lot of these CIA MK Ultra programs, what it is on the ground in Indiana, and how it ties into the show Stranger Things. And they just recently, I guess they finally are doing the next season of that, but it looks like it's pretty stupid. I don't even know if I'm going to watch it, but.
Hi. You're talking about KB Visions, right?
Yeah.
Hi. Shout out KB Visions and Ray. Ray was ahead of his time. This dude named Ray. He would do these live streams and he'd wear like sunglasses and the mask. But this was in like 2018, when way before the mask. And what was the name of his page? It was like "We Are the Mind Virus" or something like that.
You're the Mind Virus.
So he had a channel called Mind Virus, and he was wearing a mask while he talked in like 2018. Whatever happened to that dude?
He was in the chat earlier.
Was that Ray? I was wondering if that was him.
I don't know. My gut tells me it is, but then with Ray, I don't know, because there's like 6 million fake Ray pages.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a clique. There's a whole clique. Shout out to Ray though, because I love that. I used to look. There's some great live streams.
He'd be like playing his guitar and like crying. And
oh man,
that's entertainment, baby. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, they're good. I don't even know. Last time I watched an IG live.
Yeah, is Jackson still going live on IG?
I don't know, man. I don't even watch him. It seems so 2018, right?
Yeah.
We got to bring that back, though.
We got it here on YouTube now. This is where the big boys play. where you get the
Shit.
porn bots sicked on you. The porn spammers in the
The
chat
cybernetic
tonight.
porn spammers from Purdue University.
Or
And
Penn State.
Just another tidbit though, because that ties in. No porn bots yet, but Purdue University is where Hugh Hefner's Playboy airline flew out of Purdue University. It was the main airport. So they were moving MK Ultra sex slaves through Purdue University with his CIA funded Playboy airline.
And with his underground tunnels to the Playboy Mansion.
Yeah. Because the first one was in Chicago, and I think there probably is a direct connection underground between Purdue University and Fermilab, undoubtedly.
Yeah, how would you ever know?
I mean, I think it's pretty much admitted that most of the way that there is, but not all of it's let out. But
and then they someday they'll just like reveal it all, and they'll say Elon Musk did this with the Boring Company,
right
in record time.
He sold some flamethrowers, and all of a sudden the dude like dug every
tunnel
6 billion miles of underground tunnel because he sold like 6 flamethrowers.
And he's gonna drive you to Mars. He's gonna fly you up there. No problem.
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna get. There's gonna be a next pandemic. Elon's gonna make the vaccine. You're gonna get a free Cybertruck and a free Neuralink when you take the vaccine, and then you're gonna be able to volunteer to go in the Hyperloop to go to Mars to build Tesla electric vehicles to send back to Earth to save the planet from global warming. But you'll never go anywhere.
You'll just be in Siberia.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to it, man, because the holding phase is weak. Let's just get to the revolution already.
The Giga Gulag factory for Tesla.
I think we made 4 hours and 20 minutes. Can the chat check? I think we've made the goal.
Can we check? Are we done?
Just blast through them quick. Blast through them.
Okay, so Knave of Swords, Interplanetary Internet. Crazy one. We're not going to talk about it right now. Knight of Swords, IBM. Again, the Interplanetary Network Internet. But the last one, Queen of Swords, drones, birds aren't real. Bam.
Bam.
Bam. Nano hummingbird external and internal surveillance Aero environment and DARPA USA. Google it. It's real. Google everything on that card. They're all real.
Bam. The
Birds
fuck
aren't
you
real.
think, people? You think this thing, skinny body, long arm, can fly like that? No.
Wake your ass up.
Wake your ass up. You dumb as a box of rocks. Got more of them. See, I just ban them, and then they come back with, like, it's like the exact same name in Avatar. People think I'm, like, not banning them or something. So, in the chat, man, I appreciate you guys if you made the whole stream. How many people are here right now? I'm trying to... 129, 130 people. 60 bots. 50 thoughts.
Shout out to the chat. To everybody say nice things in the chat. God bless.
What was that last slide you have there? It looks like you have one more slide.
Oh, that's just a stock PowerPoint thing.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, stock slide. Filler.
Killer.
Shit.
Shit.
is at the second 4-hour, 20-minute stream, OOE, both on cards. Name somebody else doing it. Hidden Hand. Communist.
I got all the triggers for him.
We got it.
I thought it was pretty good. I'd like to find that book of that goes with them all.
Yeah,
I ain't paying no
like I said,
$500. Shout out, there was a couple super chats in the. Appreciate you. It was got your
like
back, Bear and Tin. Appreciate you guys.
she's got some cool other stuff too. If you want to check out, but I mean, even this shit, we only did a few of the cards, and each one of those cards, some of them are pretty crazy, pretty crazy. Reality breakdowns, Goldilocks,
Truth drops.
one giant Mandela.
Yeah, do you think Mandela plays into any of those cards?
Look at the color of my lighter right now.
Oh shit! It's a green lighter, man. It's not just any
Whoa.
green. It's that
Look.
shade of green.
Hold up, wait, it changes. Green.
Oh
Green.
shit! Damn.
Oh,
Every time we talk, there's a green box around us. Not just any green.
yeah, I seen that. I'm glad you caught that.
Damn.
We just got to use that for our power.
That's right.
Worry about yourself. Twist you in a tuna fork.
What's this guy saying in the chat? He says, "Dream of mirrors." It's in Russian. Use Chrome. Oh, okay. Wait. Dream of mirrors says the entire Tardtaria mud flood story started from the same creator of No Forests on Flat Earth. I'll believe it. I don't know if it's true, but
I don't think so. I don't know. I think it pulls on a lot of things. I mean,
it's just it's kind of evolved, or devolved, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, like the Book of Mormon talks about the same shit. So,
all right, guys, you were here for the second biannual 4-hour, 20-minute live stream for 420, and
hold up, wait.
I think that'll do it, man.
Can I go green?
What'd you do? Oh.
No. Can I go green? No. No. Wait.
Hexen 2.0 Tarot is the name of the deck. If you got $500 to blow, send it to me. But if you don't, go buy it on eBay. And there's a book if you have $1,000. You can also get the book that goes with it.
All proceeds go to CERN
That's
to
right.
further the research to give humanity more great things.
Got any last words?
End of video.